Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the interview room on a drop-in live. I wanted to get this up because it looks like there's a lot of movement already going on in LA. They've started to arrest people. They have already declared an unlawful assembly, and LAPD has started to move the crowd here that you can see. And so I thought, man, this is getting kicked off very, very early. In LA time, let's see, it's 3:42 in LA. So I thought maybe if this thing is going to go a little bit sideways, I don't know if you guys saw it last night when we signed off. They had, they looted the Diamond District, and it was absolutely crazy going in and out of those diamond stores, and they destroyed so many businesses last night. And of course, you know, when that type of stuff starts happening, it's no longer civil disobedience. It's an all-out assault on the rule of law. There are protests going on in Chicago. I'm going to try to jump into those as well. I've invited my dear friend John Lamb to be with us tonight. Those of you who know John, he's absolutely hysterical, and he is the author of this amazing book here, Beach Blanket Bedlam. I talked about it yesterday, so I invited him on tonight to come in here and offer some amazing commentary. He's not only one of the smartest guys I know, he is literally a dear friend. I've known him well over 30 years, and we've had some times together. And I'm looking right now for the Chicago incidents, I guess, that are going down. So I'm searching here to see if I can find it. Yeah. So I hope you guys had a good evening last night. Everything went well for your family. Let's see. I'm trying to find the Chicago feed, not seeing any Chicago. Oh, there it is. Well, it's going to be a very busy evening for law enforcement tonight, let me tell you. It's going to be rock and roll. And here's the Chicago tab right here. It looks like they're in Federal Plaza, which is not really a good place to be right now when all things considered. And here comes my buddy John with Andy, his golden retriever. And Johnny, good to see you.
Good to see you, Chris.
And we are live here. And everybody, again, this is John, his most recent volume 2 in this from Service with a Sneer Chronicles. And this one is Beach Blanket Bingo. Oh, Bedlam. Beach Blanket Bedlam. Sorry. What am I saying? And anyway, John J. Lamb is here. If you have not met Johnny, introduce yourself, John. Tell him a little bit about yourself.
Good evening or good afternoon, where everybody. My name is John Lamb, and Chris and I worked for many years together at the Oceanside Police Department. Before that, I was a Air Force military policeman, and then I worked for the Riverside County Sheriff's Department, and then worked with Chris, and then I went on to writing books, and these are my most recent books, but the best days of my life were spent as an Oceanside cop. Chris was a homicide detective. I was also, and so although I've never been in certainly a riot situation, not for lack of wanting to go, but I was told I couldn't in 1992. I've been in situations where you're dealing with mobs, and so I'm going to be fascinated to see, well, like what I'm seeing right here with this coverage. You see how spread out the people are? That they're far enough apart that you're not going to see a mob mentality erupt. As the people get closer to each other, basically the social rules begin to evaporate. So,
John, you have a tremendous amount of insight. I've always considered you as an amazing historian. And you brought something up as we were talking. And just that simple dynamic you just added right there. I mean, look, you have a crowd of people that are coming together, and that also picks up, the volume of things going down. Yeah, let me ask Bob something. Bobby, you want to join us? This is another great cop.
bring Bob on.
If you want to join us, I'll send you the link, brother. I think it'd be great to have 3 different perspectives on this. So just send me a text message real fast, or actually I'll send you one. And if you want to come up with us, let's jump in. Here we go. Okay, so I'm going to send you a link, Bobby. If you want to join us, feel free to jump in here with us. There it is. It's in your text. So all you're going to need is to go over to your computer. But there they go onto the freeway already. Not good.
Apparently not everybody got the memo that the flag of Mexico is no longer to be used because it provides bad visual input to 80% of the country. Apparently there have been reports that the organizers of the riot, and there's an oxymoron, riot organizers, were handing out American flags because apparently they were receiving feedback that it wasn't playing well. But just as in any organization, some people never get the word.
Talk about what you mentioned post-Civil War. What was going on?
We were talking about that some of the events are very similar to what happened in the wake of Abraham Lincoln's election in 1860. And what happened is that individual city and county governments and state governments denied the authority of the federal government and allowed people to act in opposition to federal law. They prevented, and here's the interesting thing, they even prevented federal marshals from making arrests. Is that very different from people attempting to prevent ICE agents from making arrests? And what that eventually becomes, and what it's called, is an insurrection. This is not a spontaneous explosion of.
They cut the fence. Somebody cut the fence out today. And look at this. They're circumventing coming down the ramp, and they're coming from the side street.
Well, and look what's happening to the crowd. See how close they're getting closer to each other now. And the closer they get to each other, it's going to feed somebody at some point to basically a hold my beer, hey mom, or hey everybody, watch this moment.
And there are the cops already.
There they are.
This is heating up early tonight. This is heating up early. That's why I wanted to come up here. I don't think they're going to put up with this. What do you think, John?
It looks to me like it looks to me, for starters, there aren't enough cops to handle that situation. But I think that, yes, we're seeing more proactive movement on their part. Although somebody should have noticed the cut fence.
Let's see if I can turn up the media here, see what they're saying. Just a helicopter shot.
Well, see, as they get closer, somebody's trying to work up the courage to try and come close with a cop. And they're performing for the media, obviously.
Yeah, that's never a good thing when you're walking out onto the freeway. Ever, you know.
Yeah.
They're not really talking about it right now. This is just a helicopter shot.
Was this the
I thought that was an interesting correlation.
That's funny.
See, they blocked the.
We'll show this over here. I want to show this.
That's the chopper. Look at this. They're going to the other side now. Holy cow. The guy in the white shirt and the black pants out front, they're going to try to get him first because he looks like he's leading this crowd. That one person has a dog.
So try and feature this. Let's just imagine that traffic is being backed up and your family has a medical emergency. And paramedics cannot respond to your location because they have blocked the freeway. So don't really want to hear how this is victimless.
Yeah, they were ready for this, so they're going to start hooking people up. Look at, they're throwing stuff at the chippies already. Look at that.
Well, it can't be. It's peaceful. They said, Maxine Waters said it was peaceful. This can't be happening.
You know, when we went up to LA, there were 4 of us in a car, and I was telling everybody last night we had 25 cars.
Look at all the plastic cuffs.
Yeah, they're going to start hooking people up right away. They're not going to let this go on tonight. They're not going to let this go on. They're telling them get off the freeway. And this is a good thing, meaning they need to stomp this down right away. right away. And here come more reinforcements because they destroyed the chippy cars.
Yes, indeed.
That guy's going to go.
They seem way more prepared this season.
They're going to get him off the freeway now.
Well, CHP still carries straight sticks? Interesting.
The
I'm a
number
connoisseur of nightsticks. Not that I've ever used one because that would be inhumane.
Sounds good. Mark and Giovanna.
Cakes Boo from Australia wants to know what straight sticks
How much
are.
fuel do we have?
Go ahead. I'm going to
Tyler,
have my
How
dinner.
much fuel we got?
Yeah, a straight stick.
Hey there.
I don't know
We've got
if
about
Australia, whether they carry
20 to
tungsten or
25
not.
minutes, just FYI.
But police in the United States for the longest time carried a nightstick that was, I don't know, just over
Just keep
maybe
it posted.
2.5 feet long.
Thank you,
So
Tyler.
when you see
I said
the
thank you.
officers, they're holding the see right now. You see an officer holding the stick down by his middle of his thighs, and that's a straight stick. That's a nightstick, or I guess people prefer to call it a baton now, but baton is just simply French for stick. But it's a nightstick. When Chris and I were working in Oceanside Police, we originally had straight sticks, and then there's a different stick, and it was called a side handle baton, and it's got a portion where there's an extension to the nightstick that comes out so that it can be spun, and it's a martial arts tool that originated in Okinawa. So that's the difference between a straight stick and a side handle baton. And so this is and that's really a good question. If sometimes Chris and I fall into police jargon, so if I see a question like what we're talking about, I try and keep an eye on this, and if I see it, I'll try and answer, because we watch this and we tend to begin talking the way we would have talked in a detective car or a police car. So. So it looks like they've moved them from the one lane of traffic or the lanes of traffic. And that looks like they've actually got them off of the freeway right now, or partially off.
That's right, Mark. After a mostly peaceful protest all afternoon, the dispersal order was given. A large group of a couple hundred protesters began to move away from Alameda Street, but in the last few minutes, about 100 of them have now made their way through a fence and onto the 101 freeway. Now, CHP has been very quick to form a skirmish line on the freeway. The group briefly went onto the other side of the freeway, the southbound side, and now you see things becoming more confrontational here as they really try to push this group off to the side, off of the southbound side. You can see this one person really putting up a bit of a fight here, but you can see they are really making some serious headway here, as just a few moments ago, look at this, it's turning into a brawl down there, starting to get a bit ugly as they really push this crowd off the freeway. I tell you, all day long we've been watching them peacefully exercise their First Amendment rights, but now they are in a confrontation with California Highway Patrol, really putting up a fight here, being very resistant, not wanting to get off of the freeway. They see this as an ideal way to disrupt traffic and disrupt everything going on around. So they just took that opportunity, even as the entrance ramps were completely blocked off by California Highway Patrol, who were so ready for something like this. This group found a particular hole in a fence and then made their way onto the freeway. I say about 100 people now on the freeway as they try and reopen traffic here. Go ahead and widen up. I want to show you just a few moments ago, both lanes of the freeway were completely shut down. And in a matter of, I would say maybe 5 or 10 minutes, they have now moved most of those people off of the freeway. There's a couple still down there, and hopefully traffic will begin moving here once again momentarily. You can see it looks like a large portion of this group does appear to be cooperating now. Again, a little tense there for a little bit. There were a few people being very uncooperative, a lot of anger, a lot of emotions down there. But CHP,
The
I
guy
got to
with the
tell you, Mark
skateboard.
and Giovanna, CHP
Mhm.
was really ready for something like this. They
People
still
don't
have all of
understand
their
skateboards
reinforcements
can be
up at
deadly
the entrance
weapons.
ramps, all of the surrounding exit ramps. But this group here moved right into action and quickly put on their helmets, their batons, and was able to reopen the freeway here just in a matter of minutes. You can see a lot
From
of
the
those
pepper
protesters
balls.
now retreating
Mhm.
back onto Aliso Street, which parallels the 101 freeway. Again, good job by California Highway Patrol, guys.
Yeah, Chris, you mentioned the Diamond District. They also looted a bunch of phone stores too.
Yeah, I heard the Apple store got tore up last night.
Well, and to me, nothing says social justice and immigrant rights like looting. And now there are people who are going to take advantage of this situation, and I'll be interested to see how this begins to unfold later tonight.
You know, I love the comment about, you know, everybody's screaming, you know, due process, but you know, the right of due process is to protect citizens from the government, not to protect foreign trespassers from removal. Due process guarantees the rights of a criminal defendant facing prosecution, not an illegal facing deportation.
An illegal facing deportation that has already been convicted of a felony crime.
Right. Remember back in the day, John, I mean, and when we were on the street, it was a felony to enter the country illegally, and we had the authority to arrest them and hold them and detain them for, you know, the Border Patrol and the checkpoint in San Clemente.
I do remember that, and it was the Border Patrol checkpoint. We used to have houses in Oceanside that when the checkpoint was up would fill up with people. I know Chris has been to places, I've been to places, a 2-bedroom apartment with 150 people in it, waiting to be transported north by the transporters who were called coyotes. I worked a murder connected with the supposedly victimless crime of crossing the border with a coyote or an alien transporter who decided when he got to his destination in Oceanside he wanted another $100 more before he'd let his passengers, and the aliens at that point were called pollos, and he wanted another $150, and he was not super bright because they promised him if they let him out of the car on
At least
Full
2
Street.
people that you're looking at right there. You're right, being detained there. These are 2 of the ones that were putting up a bit of a struggle. When these CHP units first rolled up on this group that rushed the freeway, they were instantly encountered by water bottles being thrown at the vehicles and at those CHP officers as they were getting out of the vehicles. There was an immediate attempt to move this group away, and that's when we came onto the air and you saw a couple of fights breaking out. So yes, there's a couple of really disorderly people that are now being taken into custody, at least 2 that you mentioned that we see. It looks like most of the group, are now moving away from the freeway. There's a skirmish line now right along the side of the freeway. Again, that is thanks to CHP's quick reaction here on the 101.
I think in briefing, John, I mean, you've been a sergeant. What do you think they were talking about today in briefing day 5?
I think that the first thing they were talking about was ensuring that officers remain safe and to be aware that they're in a heightened threat environment. And particularly in this area,
by all accounts, today has been by far the most
from,
successful day of peaceful
blunt force
protest
objects being thrown at them.
until
And then-
around 2 or 3 o'clock.
That would be the first thing that they probably covered.
I think this is actually good stuff right now that they're getting these folks, I mean, off of the freeway. Now they've got to move again. So what are the dynamics of this, right, John? I mean, you've got a moving crowd. You already know it has the potential for violence, the potential to block, you know, the thoroughfare, the freeway. And so there's no regard for anybody else but the crowd in their minds. So it's that crowd mentality.
Well, it's mob mentality. The other thing I'm fascinated with is these folks are very clearly going someplace together, which tells me there is somebody in control of this operation. And you know, in an era now of instantaneous communication, there is likely somebody like you and me, Chris, watching this and issuing instructions over phones to, now we're going to go to point B. This is far too organized for a riot. This is being managed.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, you just don't. You're right. They're moving as one group. One group.
They're moving as one group. Now, you've seen when crowds break up, Chris. They go in different directions. These folks all know where they're going, which tells me they've got, for want of a better term, a rally point. And I'm not talking about rally hamburgers. They're a place that they're going to gather, and then they'll receive fresh instructions.
What are your thoughts about the Marines if they deploy them?
I think that is a good thing. I believe that there is a certain cachet about, oh, they've sent United States Marines in, and there has been a rumor circulating that, and I'm going to state right now that it's absolutely nothing but a rumor, that the Antifa groups have going to like run an attack on the first 500 Marines that are here. And Chris, from what you and I know of Marines, like your dad and all the guys we work with, I would think that probably this would be like great news as far as they're concerned. That they wouldn't be the least bit intimidated by it.
Oh yeah, they'd be excited, and that would be a huge problem for the protesters rather rapidly.
Yes, indeed.
So I know they're deployed around the federal buildings right now, according to the information, floating out there. But if the cops start getting overrun and there are federal officers within that group, they only need one guy in that group to justify go get him. One federal officer. So it's going to be interesting.
So the freeway shut again. That's the Harbor Freeway, the 110. I mean the 101. Before it merges into the Hollywood, right downtown.
So they closed it off again?
It certainly looks to me like they have. Now, I mean, depending on the angle we're seeing here. Okay, so that's the northbound. The northbound appears to be clear. Southbound isn't. And gee, what a coincidence. They're doing it at the beginning of rush hour.
What a coincidence. Let me switch over to this tab real fast. Looks like some of these people are part of the walking group.
Well, these are obviously the new American flags that have been issued. You see, the thing about it, they have misrepresented the people that were being arrested by ICE. These were people who had been convicted of serious felony crimes, and deportation orders were issued. And so these are people that you talk about due process. It doesn't get much more due process than a federal deportation office order. So, and of course, Chris, we've actually seen up close and personal what happens when felons are allowed to come back. If you remember the number of times that the fellow was deported that killed one of our officers.
Yeah, Tony Zapatella.
And his killer had been. I had been responsible for him being deported the first time after I arrested him and had him convicted of assault with a deadly weapon. And he got out and he was deported and he came right back. And he ended up murdering a police officer.
Yeah, with 2 kids, a beautiful family, wonderful human being. And all he did was stop him on a traffic stop, and the suspect rolled out, executed him, ran up, took the officer's weapon, and emptied an entire clip into the officer's body. And well, what about the kid from the high school who was killed, and the suspect went over, and the federales had arrested him prematurely. Remember that one? And then he came back, and we couldn't do anything.
Yes, and that was back during the era when Mexico was not being super cooperative regarding the actual extradition across national borders. So, well, this is interesting what we're seeing here. They've got all the police vehicles, all police units parked on the freeway. So either possibly they have news that these groups are going to come back, or this is interesting. Yes, you have ER. You have seen they have dedicated a section, I want to say, of State Route 76 after our officer Zapatella. And for those who don't, State Route 76 is in the city of Oceanside, and it runs off of Interstate 5. And the highway is dedicated to Officer Zapatella. And so this is, and now the officers are pulling back. This is, I'm not going to pretend I'm going to make sense of it or be like some sort of television talking head. Obviously, they're reorganizing someplace.
So Dion says we have a constitution. That's a great point. So let's talk about the Constitution. John, what happened right after the Civil War again? Well, we got more people coming in here.
Well, it was right before the Civil War began, and it was the southern states objected to the election of President Lincoln. And counties and cities and states basically told the federal government, we don't have to listen to you. We disagree with what's going on here. We don't have to listen to you. And so you had things like federal marshals being prevented from serving warrants because the entire governmental structure and the populace was opposing the federal authority. And I do believe that President Lincoln, in his initial call for 75,000 volunteers, referred to that state of affairs as an insurrection. So there is indeed a constitution, and believe me, had the ICE officers not been operating fully within the Constitution, Had they not been operating fully within the law, then there would have been immediate writs of habeas corpus. But you don't see that. What you're seeing is unrest in the streets. You may not like the law. You may actually think that I've seen things like, oh, he wants to be the king. I haven't seen any king-like behavior. We have a law, and we're either going to obey it or we aren't. And if law is the law in this instance is felons are deported from the United States. And if you will take the time to look at the people that they were deporting, you'll notice that they've been convicted of some major crimes. So if we have periodically, if I see that they're gathering again in this intersection, and it looks to me like that's where they came, you're absolutely right. This is being operated at a national level. There is information being circulated now that June 14th, which I believe is Saturday, is supposed to be a day of let everybody in the country know that we're going to resist this. And I think they misread this. People in these cities, they live in a sort of tunnel atmosphere where they're getting nothing but echo from themselves. You get out and away from the cities, this doesn't play. People are disgusted and angry. Where I live, out in near a decent-sized city in Virginia, people are just disgusted with this.
Yeah, I mean, desecration of our symbol, the American flag.
Hey, if they bought the flag and they burned it, I don't have a problem with that. It's the assaults, it's the looting, it's the arson, it's this general acceptance that this level of dystopic, uncivilized behavior is acceptable because you don't like the way things are. Had I known that I was allowed to steal things because I didn't like the way the things I didn't like the way the things they were, well, I'd have had a house full of great stuff. And see, this is the disconnect that people who work for a living are registering when they see this.
Yeah, I thought the blowback on this is not a good look for, because at the same time, now they're moving now. So the authorities they're taking this, they're going to knock this down quick tonight. And then they're going to set up, zones of like frequency, right? Like the Diamond District last night, they looted the Diamond District in LA last night. I mean, that's not protesting.
Rescue Frank and Andy wants to know if we believe all protesters are rioters. No, of course not. But protesting means, and in the Constitution, it says that you may assemble peacefully. There's no word of protest. You may assemble peacefully to redress your grievances. So no, I don't believe that everybody out there is a rioter. But here's the thing, when you're a protester and going in that people like Antifa and other anarchist groups are going to ride piggyback on your movement, don't you bear some moral responsibility because you are basically enabling them to act? So that's the question I'd ask you.
Great point. Thank you, Nisi. You're so kind to give 5 memberships to members here. You're so neat. Thank you. Thank you. John, that is an absolute dynamic way to present that. Yeah, it's a no-brainer, right? Apparently, you need to explain it one more time.
Here's the thing. If I am protesting, or if we want to use the precise constitutional language, if I am assembling peacefully to redress my grievances, then assembling peacefully means precisely that. It doesn't mean committing vandalism. It doesn't mean littering. It doesn't mean preventing the authorities from responding to locations. It means assembling peacefully. Now, if you're a member of this group and you're assembling peacefully, but you're perfectly aware that there are anarchist groups who are using you as protective cover, the protesters here, whatever their good feelings are, whatever their motives, are in fact providing cover for the anarchists. And so I'm not going to say that that's a violation of the law, but I would ask you, is there some ethical responsibility in making this? And don't forget this also. These people who are out here, Americans live a great life. This is exciting for them. This is fun. This is exciting, and this is something they can brag about. They can go, I was down and, you know, I told the cops this and I told the cops that. Never overlook the fact that people do things because it provides them with gratification. So,
You know, borderline, I mean, we get where you're coming from, but at the same time, you believe in the Constitution as well. And the people speak. Sometimes it's, you know, in a positive, sometimes it's in a negative. I mean, people didn't like what the last president stood for. People didn't like the one before that, which was, you know, Trump, and then they didn't like Obama before that. And they didn't like Clinton before that. And it goes all the way back, you know, to 1776 when this country started.
well, and back then there were no political parties.
Yeah.
And I believe it was Thomas Jefferson who predicted that political parties would harm the American Republic. And we have become very divisive. And if the suggestion is, and I don't know which politician she's referring to as being corrupt, but my response to that is just as you said, Chris, there are enough corruption stories to pass around going back. Well, we can go at least, as you say, back to the beginning of the country. And I don't know why these people are bringing their dogs out here. I don't understand that.
You know, and right now people are walking, you know, peacefully, and you would call this a peaceful assembly. However, they have to be cognitive and considerate for other people that are going home, for an example. They should, you know, whoever's leading this march should move people to one side of the road so that, you know, people can get through and go about their other business. It's not a one-sided trick, and that's what law enforcement, our responsibility is, or as was. I mean,
Chris, did you just see the guy? Let me interrupt. Did you just see the guy? He's wearing khaki pants and he's wearing, he's got like a satchel or something, and he is guiding them. He got on a radio or a phone. That's one of the organizers that he was just on there. And so these are people who are running this. This is not some sort of spontaneous eruption of emotion. There are people who are running this and who are monitoring the movement.
Yeah, and they're not on one side of the road. I mean, they're not allowing people to travel in that same direction. That's my point.
Correct.
It's a two-sided road. Folks should have to be able to go in both directions. That would be deemed a peaceful protest. And this is just disruptive. They just came from the freeway and stood on the freeway.
I'm fascinated as to where they're going.
Yeah, where are they headed? The guy carrying the Marine Corps flag, that's not going to go over well with the devil dogs if he runs into them, especially if he's a phony. Stolen valor.
Stolen valor.
John and I can't tell you how many bar fights we responded to for these guys that pretended they were veterans of Vietnam, and the real guys, it all goes to heck pretty quick.
You remember that case that we worked, Chris, with? It was a con artist who would stop Marines downtown and claim that he had been a Vietnam vet, and he would generally get $30 or $40 out of him. And when we finally caught him, he'd never been in the service, and thought it was funny that he could fool the Marines. I'd like to think we saved his life. All right, there's the guy right in the middle of the screen. See, he's wearing the black vest. And he's walking backwards now. And they pulled away. That's an organizer. He's wearing a black sort of vest. It doesn't look like it's a ballistic vest. Khaki pants and a khaki shirt. Almost looks like a uniform.
Yeah. And look at the American flag sewn together.
Yeah, well, I'm certain they bought that from some store, because it's got a Mexican flag and part of an American flag on it. And
Yeah, here's in a shark or a dinosaur suit to the right
shark.
that we just went by. Yeah, professional protesters. I think
there are some. All right, they want to know, do you think LAPD knows the group is behind this or inorganic protest?
Well, I heard two of the target locations that ICE hit yesterday were funding operations for the cartel. Money laundering.
Well, they've got the money to spend, and what it benefits the cartels, and literally the cartels are transnational criminals and they're terrorist organizations. I don't want to hear that, drug importation is a victimless crime. How many dope deals do we see that ended up going south?
That's the guy that was on the freeway. Johnny, guess who's here?
Is it Bob?
Yeah, he's trying to get connected.
Is it the great stone face?
Got another great friend coming on tonight, guys. And if you've not bought John's latest book, Beach Blanket Bedlam, where can they get it, John?
It's available on Amazon and Barnes and Noble, and it's a story of police work in the early 1980s in Oceanside, where during that era, the Navy Times, which is like the newspaper magazine for the Navy and Marines, suggested that people assigned to Oceanside or Camp Pendleton deserved combat pay. Our city was like one of the most violent in California, and the downtown streets were like a mixture of The Walking Dead and Dodge City. So this kind of describes what cop work was like back in 1982 in Oceanside. And there is some cop humor and some, I hope, interesting stories about what it was like to be a police officer back then. And the next book will likely finally feature Chris, which I'm at work on now. So
You are really digging, aren't you? Jamie or Jaime, I'm not sure how you pronounce your name. Please forgive me, friend. Why would police aim and shoot rubber bullets at the press? I don't understand. Well, I mean, my first reaction to that is get out of the riot. Go off to the side. Don't stand in the middle where you're going to have rounds coming down range. Rubber bullets are, man, look at that baton.
that's the old riot batons I use in the service.
So I don't know if it's intentional you know. But if you're going to be, a reporter and stand right in the middle of where they're going to be shooting tear gas, rubber bullets, bean bags, guess what? You're
Yeah,
not
pepper
the
spray is going to be
Yeah.
deployed. And our experience with media people is they think that like nothing bad will happen to them. Well, if you stand in the middle of a crowd and they begin deploying pepper balls or pepper spray or the what they used to call them ballistic batons, which you would fire out of a shotgun, kind of like a rubber bullet. Probably you want to get out of there because it's not because if you're standing in the middle, you can go, well, I'm a member of the media and nothing bad can happen to me. That's not very mature thinking. And here's the other thing. How about you missed? The rubber bullets are not particularly ballistically, they don't operate the same way as a bullet does. A bullet is going to have rifling and it will go in a straight line. The rubber bullet is blunt and will tumble in the air. And if you're standing next to somebody that they're aiming at, well, that's unfortunate, but probably if you're aware people are going to begin deploying that stuff, you want to get out of there. So, and I'm not certain what's going on here. They've got one line behind them, and then this line is forming up. And it seems likely that I'd be fascinated to know as to where they're going to be transported. And if it's LA County Jail, they'll be in there, even if they're released on their own recognizance, it'll be hours before they get out. So
Yeah, let's tell our audience about OR. And by the way, we got about 600 people here right now, and we really appreciate this, guys. But give them a little update on what an OR is.
yeah, and this is another example I mentioned earlier where Chris and I fall into cop lingo. An OR is an own recognizance release. And for most misdemeanor crimes, if you have been taken into custody, you can be released with a written promise to appear, the equivalent almost of a ticket, but it isn't a ticket, it's a summons. And I come from an era where misdemeanors went to jail. There was no OR release. The jail could release them, but we didn't. But what happens in an instance like this, if you go to the Los Angeles County Jail for the booking process, it's not like you walk in and they take care of you in a couple of minutes. I've worked a couple of years in a county jail where there are, only 250 inmates. Los Angeles County Jail is enormous. So if you arrive there, you're going to spend hours and hours and hours. And even if the decision is to own recognizance release, you're going to still be there for hours. So that's what I mean by that.
I actually saw that Morpher game as well, but I thought he was shooting at somebody behind her. And, she got hit. Yeah, but she's fine. She told the world, I'm fine. The media just, got some advertising out of it for their, advertising dollars. No big deal.
This is the reality. You're in a quasi-combat situation. And people miss, and you might speculate that he deliberately intended to shoot a reporter, but I can tell you, I can't imagine why you would shoot a reporter in a free society where we are, where the reporter could then turn around and say, he shot me on purpose.
Look at this. They just boxed all these people in. Now they're going to hook them up.
Mm-hmm.
Watch this. Everybody up against the wall. Oops.
Now, this is fascinating. It makes me wonder what...
Look at the guy with his arms up. That's the leader. They'll take him.
Well, he's posturing. He is posturing. You know, what he's doing right now is he's attempting to have every reporter around him video him, because I'm going to go right back to, there's an enormous emotional payoff. People do things, seldom because it's altruistic. It's because there's an emotional payoff. And for him, this is the, hey, everybody, look at me. I mean, I've seen these people before.
That guy there pounding his chest.
The funny thing about it is, Chris, is, you know, when you take him into custody.
Oh, hey, there's your guy. He's walking towards the cops.
There he is.
Yeah.
That's an organizer. And, but you know, when you get these people into custody, then they're they present very differently when they no longer have an audience.
Thank you, Gracie. Both John and I appreciate your comment. That's
Thank
very
you.
kind of you.
And Susan, if you know what I'm talking about with a jail with that many inmates. And the other thing is that they're not going to be in a particular hurry to get you out either. Because there will be a backlog. And I mean, just speaking as somebody who worked in the jail, if you make me miss my lunch, I'm not going to go to Herculean efforts to get you there, get you through the system fast. You know, I might even insist on my lunch break. So,
Hi, Laura. Thank you for being here. One of our great mods.
thank you, Laura.
Yeah, he's doing a little dance there. Which I would suggest in this kind of situation, you want to just maintain a low profile. You want to peacefully protest and, you know, let all the dancers get out on the street, but just stay low. Just stay low. The po-po will do their thing and everybody can go home appropriately. But if they start acting like clowns or, you know, fools, or they start throwing water bottles or scooters or bricks or rocks or anything like that.
Okay, so this is interesting.
Yeah, they're moving them all to the wall.
With the express, and leave your scooters behind. Where the expression then is, assume the position.
Right, grab the wall. I had a guy with Irk one time. Forget his name, but he was up against the wall and I was following him. He was on a motorcycle and I ran up on him and I ran his plate. And she comes back, dispatch comes back, says, you know, 3 King, that plate's 1129, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh, okay. Wow. And that means it wasn't stolen, guys. Okay. And so literally like 15 minutes later, dispatch comes back up on the air and says, 3 King, do you still have that motorcycle? I said, affirmative. He went into the Dale's Liquor. Said, roger that. That motorcycle is 10851.
Stolen.
And so I pull up alongside of Dale's Liquor and the bike's still there. And he's in the liquor store, you know, doing his thing. And he comes out, Terrence Williams. Do you remember Terrence?
Yes, I do. Oh,
man, it just came back to me.
Man, I can't remember where I park in the Costco half the time, but I remember these names.
Yeah. So Anyway, he comes out and I go, "Hey, Terrence, grab the wall." He goes, "Oh, Officer McDonough, man, what's going on, man?" I said, "You know that motorcycle? Grab the wall up there." And he goes, "Yes, sir. It belongs to a friend of mine." I says, "Yeah, well, unfortunately, it's stolen." And he's got his hands on the wall and he's looking at me and he looks over at Irk and he's doing the math, you know, do I run? Do I stay? What's going on? And man, he bolted and he took off at the Shell station at 6th and Hill there. And Irk took him down. Well, first he ran through a Der Wiener Schnitzel hot dog.
Drive-through, yes.
Drive-through. And it was right out of the cartoons because you've got this German Shepherd, you know, police dog coming after you. And he jumps up on the hood of this car. And the guy is leaning out the window, handing his hot dogs simultaneously while this guy's going over the hood of his car. And then when he comes off the backside, Irk, you know, nails him and then takes him down and hooks him up. And anyway, I get him into custody. And Sam Williams, remember the
City councilman.
the council member, right? He pulls up and he goes, "Officer McDonough," he says, "Wow, I saw the whole thing. What a good arrest." And I was like, "Yeah, okay. Where were you?" Anyway, yeah, there's another tonight. People are going to be going to jail. What do you think, John? I mean, everybody's got they got him cornered, and the dude's there standing there with his arms up.
I get the impression that the people who have been surrounded here, that somehow they understand there's been a sea change in how the police are going to react to this, because you don't see anybody being bold and pushing for a confrontation with the officers, I think for fear of they know that they'll go to jail. And I think maybe if they think they behave now, they'll be allowed to leave the area. But the thing is if they've been warned, if the Riot Act, which as it used to be known, but this has been an unlawful. The old line we used to use is, "This assembly has been declared an unlawful assembly by the people in the state of California. You have 5 minutes to disperse," which in the old days, this emanates from what was called reading the Riot Act in London, going back to the 16s and 1700s when there was civil unrest, and the sheriff would come out and literally read the Riot Act and read it to the crowd, shouting, so that they had been warned, and then the watchmen or later the bobbies could come in. So these people have already been told they had to leave. They elected not to. They are therefore in violation of the law. So they could it's very clear to me that they're not being allowed to leave. So.
And we'll get a clue of that, guys and gals, if you start to see this is just the perimeter, right? They've trapped them up against that wall. Now they're going to be an extra couple dozen folks with, there's Bob. Yeah.
Oh, great. Bring Bob on.
Bobby.
Gentlemen,
Bob.
Yeah, good to join you. Thanks.
Another great American, everybody. Bob Gilliam.
Thanks for the invite, Chris. Appreciate it. Good.
Oh, man.
Hey, John, good to see you.
Good to see you, Bob.
It's exciting to have you here. Bob he's a great human being, but he was even a better cop, and he's been a police chief. He's been all around. And like John, these are the guys that touched my heart early in my career, that kind of guided us into the right direction. And look at this guy with the clown. I think he's got a clown hat on, or a mask in the front, that was just kicking at the cops. But
that's truth in advertising, then.
And But anyway, Bobby, you've been watching this last couple of days. What's first impressions?
Well, I think some of this started out over the weekend, um, especially Saturday morning, with, I believe, honest people, whether you agree with them or not, honest, mostly Hispanic folks that live in Los Angeles. And as we know, Los Angeles is the city of Los Angeles, that is about 50% Hispanic community. So I don't care who you are, you can probably understand their concern with all of this, which I certainly can. But then, of course, it morphed, as many of us predicted, it morphed into anarchy later that day. We all saw the CHP vehicles being just pummeled with blocks, cinder blocks, that is, and pieces of curb, of the street curb, cement, that some of these anarchists and other turds broke off the city streets and were throwing at police officers. So I've heard some of your comments, some of the discussion here in the last 30 minutes or so, and I totally agree with both of you that this is now turned into an organized, and I think it was always intended to be an organized anarchist style riot. And I'm not saying that every incident or situation that we've seen over the last few days is a riot, but certainly, in my opinion, much of it after the sun goes down is anarchist activity and riotous activity, no doubt about it. But I think that this is a greater, and I'll preface this by saying I'm not trying to be political. I don't want to get political. This is not my intent. But I do believe that there are factions in the country and groups and organizations, some are underground, of course, that are trying to destroy the Trump administration, trying to throw chaos into everything that the Trump administration tries to do. And this is just another example of it. There was no doubt. I told some friends on in a Facebook discussion on Saturday morning that this was going to spread across the country, and sure enough, it has. And I think a lot of us predicted that. I mean, we could see it. Chris, you and John and I, and many of our friends that maybe many of our colleagues and friends that may be watching this would probably agree that we could see this coming. And now that said, I think again, I'm not trying to. I'm trying to remain apolitical, but I'm just going to call it the way I see it, and that is the mayor of Los Angeles, who, in my opinion, just my opinion now, is a failed leader. We saw that during the fires, the Eaton fire. And by the way, I grew up in Pasadena, and I am very familiar with Eaton Canyon, where the Eaton fire started. And to see that go up in flames, and to see all those beautiful homes in Altadena go up in flames, was just heartbreaking to me. But the lack of leadership that we saw from so-called leaders in Los Angeles is just appalling to me. That is not what we used to see from leadership in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
And I'll talk about Daryl Gates. We all probably could talk about Daryl Gates and what a strong leader he was for the LAPD. But we're not seeing that anymore. McDonald, I don't really, I've never met the man. I don't know him. I have met Bill Bratton and had a couple of conversations with Bill Bratton in 2008 and at the Major Chiefs Conference in Denver when I was a Denver police officer. And just watching Bratton over the years, watching some of the things that he has done, not only in Los Angeles, but in Boston and particularly in New York City with Rudy Giuliani. I think, is the type of leadership and the type of wisdom that Los Angeles needs right now. Just my opinion again. It's going to be interesting to see where this goes. I think it's going to be a long, hot summer and I don't think these Los Angeles riots will last that long, of course, but I do think we're going to see another summer of blatant anarchist behavior throughout the country. It's going to spread to virtually every big city. And again, not to be political, but it is the so-called blue cities that seem to engage in this kind of nonsense. And that's where we're going to see it. We're going to see it in Portland, in Seattle, and in Denver. I hate to say, of course, we're seeing it in Los Angeles. We're seeing it in DC. We're seeing it in New York City. We're seeing it in, I just saw on the news a little while ago that Austin has had some, and I don't know if those are demonstrations. I'm not saying all of these cities are experiencing riots, but they are experiencing the type of behavior that Los Angeles experienced on Friday and Saturday. So to sum up my comments, it's ramping up throughout the country, in my opinion, and it's just going to proliferate from here, and it's going to blow up again. And where I'm at, it is literally 100 degrees out, and I'm not in a desert. It's going to be a long, hot summer for much of the country, and I'm afraid that this kind of nonsense going on in Los Angeles and elsewhere is just going to make it very miserable for the country, and of course, just terrible for the country. And I hate to see it. I think we need to bounce back as a country and start making people prosperous and happy in their lives. And we're just not seeing that, and that is not the trend in the country right now. So anyway, that was getting a little long-winded, and I apologize, but that's how I feel about it at this point.
John?
It looked like jail buses were arriving.
Let's see here. Christos asked me, maybe if someone was going to toss Chris's honey out of the country, maybe he would protest. You guys ruin a good show when you get political. Yeah, I agree. But my honey wouldn't be in the country illegally. So we have to start there first, right? I mean, that's what everybody keeps forgetting here. I mean, everybody is like, yeah, they're doing this, they're doing that, or whatever. But what about Lake and Riley? What about Rachel Marin? What about their families? I mean, those are the other things that we always need to think about, because there are consequences for your actions. And the door to the United States of America, in my opinion, is wide open. It's wide open. Anybody can come here. You just have to go through the process. It's not complicated. It's not complicated. I mean, how many times, guys, when we were in SoCal, was that the people would live in Tijuana and they'd come across the border every single day to work? Thousands, tens of thousands of people.
Anywhere, and they traveled throughout Southern California from the border, from Tijuana, and locations south of there to work. And it was a common thing. It was very common, as you mentioned, Chris.
Well, what's the story that I've heard, and I've heard the number bandied, that the Los Angeles County sheriffs, or it's Los Angeles County, something like 90% of the existing warrants for murder are for illegal aliens. Now, don't quote me on that, but probably easily half the murders I worked were illegal aliens, either victims or suspects. And so, as you nailed it, Chris, it's one thing to say, oh, well, if it was, my wife being deported, my wife would come in legally. And this is the thing we're overlooking. We are a nation of laws. And you don't get to pick and choose which laws you like. come in legally. Man, I'll welcome you. But when you're coming across the border and then claiming that, well, because you didn't catch me, somehow I'm free. Now, this is part of the problem, and this problem has been percolating for 60 years, and it appears to be it's coming to a head.
And I want to show you this real fast. Looks like the arrest teams are getting ready there. That's a lot of guys. That's a
Well, I
lot.
thought I saw jail buses arriving.
Yeah, they were arriving too. But take a look at this piece of the puzzle. This is what's happening in Europe. So this happened today. They had a migrant who raped a little girl, and the Irish are done. And it's not the immigrants doing this. It's the Irish who live there because they're finished with it. And this is what we have dedicated our lives in law enforcement to try to prevent. And the only way it can be prevented is if you follow the rules. That's it. And these folks are done with people not following the rules. And it leads me into that conversation that John was mentioning earlier about post-Civil War, how we got to the place that we did. But right there, you're seeing Europe. Ireland will be the first country to push way back on the immigration problem. And unfortunately, that is a very sad situation for the Irish people. Their government let everybody come in. And now, they're having to defend children from, folks from the middle of the desert in these, war-torn countries that they've brought in. That's the mentality that we have to prevent. Lawlessness is not acceptable. And this is lawlessness. When you stand on the 101 freeway at 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, or whatever time it was a little while ago, that's unacceptable. That's not the way a free constitutional society operates. What say you, John?
Well, I concur. We're either a society of laws or we aren't. And people so often seem to be motivated by feelings. Oh, I don't feel it's right. Oh, I feel they should be allowed to stay. And then there are, of course, the ultimate hypocrites who want open borders so that they can have cheap labor. And that is the astonishing thing to me, is that they want their yards taken care of and their nannies and all the other businesses that actually artificially depress Americans' wages, because these people are working for basically minimum wage. And we saw that so often in Southern California. So to me, the other side of the coin is if you find businesses that are hiring these people, they need to go to jail. The business owners, they're bankrolling this by proxy. So, what do you think, Bob?
Yeah, I agree. And back when we were all on the job, it would be very common for a business owner, if they were found to be hiring illegal aliens on a routine basis, forged documents were very common, especially even back then. And so we would have to conduct a proper investigation and understand that it would be easy for any business owner to be duped, but it was the business owners that were blatantly violating immigration law and hiring undocumented people to work. Can I switch gears real
Please.
quick, Chris? And so Linda is asking, what about the cops that have been shooting at the media and demonstrators? Not mentioned here. Well, let me tell you, I saw a video. It was a foreign reporter. Correct me if I'm wrong. She may have been from Australia.
Yeah, that's who they're talking about.
And she was shot in the leg. I believe it was an LAPD officer. She was shot in the leg with a less lethal round. And I don't have an answer, Linda. I don't know why. I don't know if the officer saw something out of the corner of his eye, and I'm not going to make excuses for him, but did he see something that we didn't? Was he trying to shoot past that reporter? I don't know. It certainly appeared to me that he took aim on the reporter and shot her in the leg. I don't know why. I don't have an answer for that. I can tell you that there are very few incidents, but the news media will throw that in our face every single day. Now, cops make mistakes, okay, and that appeared to me to be a blatant mistake by that officer if it was intentional. So I really don't know, and I will tell you, Linda and others that may be concerned about this, that the three of us here I know very well, Chris and John, and none of us would put up with officers abusing their authority and using unjustified force, whether it's lethal force or that type of force. So I really don't know. I wish I had a better answer for you, Linda. Perhaps John or Chris might add some context to this whole thing, but I really don't know.
Are you referring to us, Gail? And that's okay if you are. We've been called worse, but I don't. Again, we go back to exactly where we're at in a society. The great thing about it is, like you can say that, and I can call you out on it. Okay, that's called conversation. We won't agree with your opinion, and you won't agree with ours. So that's the great thing about YouTube. There are over 1 billion videos a month, and probably hundreds of thousands of channels. And the great thing about it is you get to choose, and I get to choose. And if you're referring to us, then I'm going to choose from my channel. And if not, then qualify your statement there, because not one of us has ever been accused of what you just said while we were on the job. And probably collectively here, there's probably over 100 years worth of experience. Okay. So if you put that math together, then you need to qualify what you're talking about. And we respect that. That's okay. I mean, tell them about they forget that we had Tom Metzger down there in Southern California in Fallbrook, remember? Remember the KKK rally he came to? And wasn't it Tim's?
Yeah.
That they put the dog on him, or they tried to put the dog on him, and you guys were at that story. I
hadn't arrived there yet.
I hadn't either, believe it or not, but I remember seeing it on the news. I was in LA at the time. I was up in the LA area working.
Okay, so essentially the story was that they had a dog, and the dog came at the line, and the dog was dispatched to heaven. And those are the kind of things where the cops are standing in between people that hate on both sides. Isn't that a unique opportunity to be in? To stand in the middle and say, okay, you don't like them, you don't like them. Okay, that's fine. You guys can all argue. You can do whatever you want. just don't hurt each other. You can be verbal, you can say or do whatever you want. You can come into a chat, you know, kind of stir the pot if you want. That's okay. That's up to you. Okay. That says more about the people yelling at each other than it does the officers in the middle. I'm very comfortable, you know, with who I am. I know Bob is, and I know John is. We've been shot at, we've been spit at, some of us have been almost stabbed. And guess what? You get up in the next day and you go back to work and you say, let's do this again. That's exciting. You know, so I hope you feel better, because I haven't seen you qualify it yet. But you're more than welcome to come back to this channel at any time and give your opinion. So what do you guys think's going on here? They got the buses in. It looks like there's a long line of people that are taken into custody.
Well, tonight is a little different. From what I've seen the last couple of nights, it appears to me that LAPD has a number of platoons ready to go and ready to take on whatever chaos is occurring in that area just from these aerial shots. Same thing with CHP. I saw the deployment around that cut fence earlier, even though I wasn't I hadn't joined you yet, but I watched that a little bit, and they were all over it. So kudos to LAPD and CHP. And I know that there are a lot of allied agencies throughout LA and Orange counties that are up there participating in this situation, along with LAPD on a mutual aid basis. So, you know, the National Guard and the Marines are really getting all of the attention of the media. But when you look at on camera, we can see other agencies, many other agencies, and of course the sheriff's office too. I failed to mention the sheriff's office. They've all done a really good job, in my opinion, on keeping things somewhat under control the last couple of nights. And I can't say that that was the case on Friday, but it certainly is now.
Yeah, it looks like they're, as they're putting them on the bus, they're getting booking information. So,
This is a lot more organized than it was, like you were talking, Bob. And I mean, they're really putting it to it right now.
Yeah, they're getting after it, and this is well coordinated. It appears to be well coordinated, and I have no doubt that you have some outstanding law enforcement leaders in the field out there among all of these agencies: LAPD, LA Sheriff, CHP, and the other allied agencies involved. So it's good to see. It's you know, as an old bald-headed retired guy, it's kind of inspiring to see that we still have some good leaders out there that are willing to organize the troops and make sure that constitutional policing is carried out, and but that order is maintained as well, and the rule of law is maintained. So that's what's important to me.
John, you want to take that one? What warrants martial law?
well, martial law is ordered by the president when there has been a complete breakdown of within an area, complete breakdown of authority. It's not merely a riot. What it means, what martial law means, is that the federal government empowers troops to come in, and they basically you're employing them as soldiers, as opposed to, in this instance, the troops are being used as security. Under a case of martial law, they become the primary enforcement arm. For instance, martial law was declared in Detroit in 1967. And because the Detroit riots were so bad that, and the police department was so overrun, that so martial law essentially means that the federal government assumes control over that area. So, and that they're the ultimate arbiter. Like martial law was declared, and let's just say it was over a section of the city of Los Angeles. The mayor could weigh in whatever way she wanted. So could the city council, but it would be the federal, the specifically designated federal commander who would be in charge of that area. So I hope that answers it.
It's a great answer. And yeah, imagine belonging to a profession that you work hard to join, put your heart and soul into it, only to have people call you names and despise you, even though you joined to help your community. Well said, Baxter. Well said.
Well, and the thing about it is this, I read, and that was, whatever her name was an ad hominem insult. And the reality is that if it isn't true, it doesn't have any effect. So I looked at it and thought, okay, well, whatever, you're entitled to your opinion, but it has no interaction with reality. So, and some people are incapable of really reasoned discussion once their basic assumptions are challenged.
Yeah. Dictatorship, that's what it is. Well, I don't know. We've been around a couple of weekends and we've seen ebb and flow of riots and, disturbances and, it's just the people. It's, the politicians, they're going to make their decisions and the people can make theirs. I mean, you don't have to walk out on the middle of the 101 freeway. You get an opportunity to choose. I mean, the greatest gift given unto you is life. Second unto that is the ability to choose. What do you want to do with it? We all get to choose. You make bad choices, you run into the popo.
And breathe in.
You make good choices, you don't run into the popo. It's that simple. And you get to live an amazing life. I mean, just think about all the privileges. How many soldiers died on the beaches of Normandy so these guys could stand in line here? Think about that piece of the puzzle, right? How many people died in the Chosin Reservoir? How many Marines died in the Chosin Reservoir in Korea in 1950?
Well, Chris, the casual accusation of dictatorship, I don't know if the person that posted that is aware that you can be arrested in Britain for praying outside a facility. Or that if you make a post on Facebook that some government watchdog decides is hate speech, the police will come to your house and arrest you. Now, I'd argue that that's far more a dictatorship than what's happening here. And I'm afraid that people that toss the dictatorship label around have never been to other places in the world. So, no, and look, we've got people gathering again.
That's interesting. Gail, thank you to your family. And thank you so much for sharing that with us. We're so sorry.
We honor his memory.
I think if you guys are just getting with us, you're just joining us, I've got my dear friends here, John Lamb. If you've not bought his latest book, it is called Beach Blanket Bedlam, and it's about his escapades from 1982 to 1984. And this is one of a series, and it's hysterical. And where can they get it? And Bob, you're in it. By the way, you're in it. Go ahead.
Is that now on Amazon, John?
It's now available on Amazon, and because and Bob's in it because my third night in Oceanside, we got involved in a high-speed pursuit of armed robbers who had attempted to kill a guy, and we also describe what it was like dealing with people on PCP. So it's a glimpse back into the past.
Those were interesting days for sure.
Back when we all had hair.
Hey, wait a minute.
Well, you got hair, that's true, but not me. Very
No,
little.
not me either. My baloney patch keeps growing by the day.
What? How many books have you written, John? No, that's like 8 or 9. How many do you have?
9 total now. I wrote the 6 murder mysteries. I wrote a book about ghost phenomena in San Diego, and then these 2 books. And I'm doing the research for the next one in the series, which will be called "Bring Out Your Dead." And so that will be about my time working in homicide and some of the peculiar cases and really some very tragic cases I worked. So, and in fact, I recently posted on my Facebook page a photograph taken of one of the murders I worked in. That was the Mesa homicide with the dumpster. And that was a murder case that involved and that's right, ER, that's where it comes from, Bring Out Your Dead. A toddler who was beaten to death and thrown in a dumpster. And we had absolutely no clue as to who the child was. 10 hours later, we had a suspect in custody. So, and with a confession. So these are some of the stories I talk about in the days when CSI was very primitive and a lot of cop work, a lot of murders were solved with old-fashioned knocking on doors and getting together with street people to press them for what they knew.
Yeah. And tell them about the ghost book. Is that still sold in Seaport Village?
It's still sold. It's still in print. It's San Diego Specters. And what I looked at the ghost phenomenon, I'm not a ghost hunter, but what at the time I tried to do is could I come up with a ghost, a report of a haunting that if I had top quality witnesses, could I take it to an imaginary district attorney and get a case filed? So if I had like there in San Diego, there's a very famous haunted house called the Whaley House, which may or may not be haunted. But you know, when some valley dude comes up and says like, dude, you know, I was there at midnight and like the ghost appeared and said, who's disturbed my rest? Well, you know, that's probably a fake ghost story. So I went to various places. Sometimes I said there was a haunting, and sometimes I said, no, I think it's being used for advertising purposes. But you will remember the Hunter Steakhouse in Oceanside, which I have a chapter about it. And I thought that was my dog for a second, but he's laying here.
Buddy, it's Buddy.
That's Andy's laying here and his head popped up. The Hunter Steakhouse in Oceanside, which was built over a cemetery. There were still bodies underneath there. And I had so many witness reports from people who had either seen apparitions or heard. They would hear, the most common thing is they'd hear someone right next to their ear whisper their name. And so it's a book about haunted places. I believe in ghosts. I don't believe all ghost stories. So that was my very first book, and it's still available on Amazon, and it's called San Diego Specters. And I'm considering. It's not like I don't have. I have 2 more books to write, but I have a third one where I'm thinking about collecting ghost stories from cops, and you know, collecting information. And because cops see, we've all encountered strange stuff. We had an officer who encountered a poltergeist event in like would have been 1994, down the South Ocean side, and he caught it on tape. And so that's so cops have occasionally encountered things, and in my copious free time, after I write 2 more books, maybe I'll write that 3rd one. So
Now you guys get to hear what Bob and I, for many years, why we love John so much. I mean, the guy, he's just so much fun, and just so much information. Looks like this crowd is intentionally following the leader. What say you?
Bob?
Yeah, I totally agree. This is a coordinated, right now, it just appears to be mostly a demonstration. That's fine. But I'm afraid that it's likely to turn into what we've seen the last few nights, as the afternoon or evening progresses there in LA. So it's not going to be a peaceful night again. I hate to say that, but it's not. We can see the number of people. And then, of course, as we've talked about, the closer we get to darkness, we're going to see the real problem makers emerge and start attacking law enforcement, just stirring up anarchy all over the downtown area and probably other places too. Let's not forget Santa Ana last night experienced Santa Ana in Orange County. For those of you not familiar with Southern California, just I don't know, 50 miles south of downtown Los Angeles, they experienced a pretty eventful evening with I'm not so sure it was a riot, but it was close to that. Certainly some anarchy, and there were some arrests made. And so we'll see what happens down there tonight too. Hopefully we can get some video from some live shots from down there. Chris.
Yeah, no, that's I'll be digging through some of that stuff for sure. And then
San Diego Specters is the name of the book. Poet's Dreams. It's called San Diego, like the city of San Diego Specters. Oh, and look at this. Karen is just amazing.
and we'll have these links in the description below after we're done. Here's Poet's Dreams. And so, yeah, Karen's on it here. Santa Ana, that the demographics down there with the cops, many Hispanic police officers. It is a melting pot within the law enforcement agency because the community is so diverse. And the one thing, they're headed to the federal building. Not good. Not good. Or at least that is the federal building right there. So remember, you've got 2 rules of law in play here. You have the state laws, where if it's declared an unlawful assembly, then you can be charged with the California Penal Code section. However, if they're on federal property and they're assaulting federal officers, then the federal jurisdiction overrides the state laws, and you will be swiftly brought into that jail.
And you won't be OR'd.
Yeah. And you will not be OR'd. And you will, go ahead.
Oh, sorry to interrupt you, Chris. Just seeing this crowd walking past the federal building down there, I fear that there's going to be certain agitators in the crowd that are going to try and draw the National Guard into a fight. I don't know if Marines have been deployed there to the federal building. Perhaps somebody can weigh in on that, but I just fear that that's going to happen tonight or tomorrow and the next day or so. Just trying to draw them in and get them engaged in this so that they can do whatever they're going to do with that. The news media will have a heyday with that, and so we'll see what happens. Of course, I could be wrong, but
That's an interesting point, though, Bob. I hadn't even thought about that.
I just fear that could be the case here, because look where they've stopped.
Interesting.
Although I don't see any, I haven't seen a good clear shot, but I haven't seen any camos in the background. Those look to be just a couple of real quick shots I've seen of the officers in front. They appear to be federal agents with
the Federal
HS
Protection Agency,
FPS.
Yeah.
FPS, which is Homeland Security Investigations. They're part of FPS, or FPS is part of them, actually. And then you have ATF and FBI and other federal agents. So those are sworn law enforcement officers, as opposed to the National Guard that have very, very limited authority in this situation.
And Cherry, we are so sorry about your son. God bless you and your family. And thank you for bringing that to our attention. We are so sorry that your family has experienced that. If the Marines get involved, first of all, my understanding is they came from 29 Palms, so they're already going to be upset.
Wouldn't you be upset if you were stationed at 29 Palms? Maybe you were.
Yeah. And no, I wasn't. And then thank you, Eagle Stars and Stripes, for your kindness. But yeah, I heard that it's 2-7. So basically, they're hill pounders, 0311s, and they've been playing in the sand.
2nd Battalion, 7th Marines.
And you know, it's like 115 degrees, and they're like, LA, we get to go to LA. Let's go. What do you got, Bobby? There's your stick.
So, yeah, I wasn't able to get on when you guys were talking about the nightsticks, and I'll try and show a little bit of this. I can't really show the whole thing with I'm on a MacBook Pro, so I really can't show the whole thing. But this is my old Coca-Cola wood straight stick from my days as a police officer in Denver. I had this stick made by a Denver police officer, and it was authorized by the department. Very well made. If you're not familiar with Coca-Cola wood, it's very heavy, and it will not break. Believe me. I mean, you'd have to put a tremendous amount of pressure on this stick to break. It's 28.5 inches long. You can see, you might be able to see the grommet on it. The black thing is well worn. And then the white sticker is just my name and badge number on there. But I carried this for many years in Denver, and had what we might call a little bit of stick time with it. And
not referring to piloting an aircraft.
No, not that. So anyway, I just thought I grabbed. I keep it in my office here at home, and it's kind of interesting to
Look
see
at all
it sitting in the corner.
They left, and now they've made a U-turn, or a right turn, excuse me. And look at all the cars that are following them. I saw a story last night on the news where one of the reporters was saying, you know, there are like 40 cars that are following these processions like this. And then they're all getting out, and then they're all getting back in, and they're just, you know, following them.
Well, it shows how lazy they are. They need to carpool. Chris, were you able to follow up anything about the pallets of cinder blocks that were dropped off?
You know, I saw the stories on it, and there's LAPD helicopter right there.
Yeah.
So they're tracking these guys specifically. None of the areas that they've been able to get into, I think the authorities were ahead of it this time. Let's talk about what you think they learned from the summer of love in 2020. What kind of intelligence sets would be advantageous for this type of prepared event now?
Well, you probably have guys sitting in offices riding their computers, riding into social media. That's something that has changed so much from when we were cops. You probably have a full team doing nothing but monitoring the social media on these events. And likely they're operating with search warrants, so they're accessing the stuff that you and I couldn't actually see.
Yeah, and undoubtedly there are undercover intelligence officers within these crowds, all of these crowds, whether it's this group that we're seeing demonstrate here on TV now, or at night, the anarchists that are looting and graffitiing and causing all of the mayhem at night, the riotous behavior. Guaranteed there are LAPD, LA Sheriff, and perhaps some federal law enforcement intelligence, probably from the FBI as well, that are within these groups and providing intelligence to the command officers and decision makers.
So question, what do you think these people are doing for the next few hours, walking around, or are they trying to, or do you, I'm assuming your means, do you think they're going to try to break into buildings? And certainly any of that is possible, but right now they're peaceful. And you know what, as long as they're moving, that's not a bad thing. It's when they stop and start to, congregate, that's when things start getting, pretty weird. And
the logistics of this are also going to be, these people are going to start to get hungry and they're going to need to go to the bathroom. So you may see some essential dissolving of the people that aren't the professional agitators, but they've been walking around for hours, and at some point they're going to get hungry, thirsty, and have to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, this is a good point too, KLB. Back in 2020, YouTube would not allow you to stream the riots. You'd had to go to Twitch or, Twitter or something like that. But yeah, they've loosened up the rules, so we're allowed to do it. It's interesting. I think they became organized, right? Because I don't think they anticipated that ICE was going to make a move when they did. And then they got together quickly. And that just goes to show you the bigger picture within this country. If they're able to organize that quickly, drop pallets of bricks and rocks and all this other stuff. But, that's to their disadvantage too, because there are a lot more cameras in the country than there were even 5 years ago. And there's a system out there called BriefCam. It's an Israeli company. And there's another one called Fusus, F-U-S-U-S. Fusus is the company that identified all the shoplifters during the George Floyd situation coming out of the Target store. They had the traffic light right there, and Fusus was able to go back and do facial recognition and match it to all the booking photos. And they just created a whole list of warrants. And shortly thereafter, they went out and started collecting people. And that's probably some of the processes that will take here. There's a fusion center downtown Los Angeles near Parker Center. And what the fusion center does is there are analysts, investigative analysts who are watching every single camera within the city. And if one of the capabilities of Fusus, if a business, for an example, gave the law enforcement agency in the event of an emergency to tap into their camera, they can do that. And remember, everything is dynamic today because of the internet. So if they have these agreements, these MOUs with a lot of stores and liquor stores and stuff like that, stuff we didn't have in our day, but they have it today, where if the owner of the store feels there's a problem, they can call 911 and says, hey, I'm a member of the FUSUS program, FUSUS, okay, and you have the right to tap into my camera right now. We're getting robbed. And they can light that camera up inside the store.
Oh man, that's amazing.
Yeah. Let me pull it up here. It's a great company. The only reason I know this is I used to work for them.
I mean, we would have killed for something like that.
Axion owns them now. Whoops. Let me get over here. I don't know what just happened to our feed, but let me pull it back. There it is. Axion owns them now, but it's a real-time operation platform right there. And it's fascinating stuff. You can see where all of these cameras, so private cameras, traffic cameras, any kind of camera out there, this company has the capability during an emergency to tap into that feed, that live feed. And I know LA is part of this program. And so it's basically, this feed is fed back to their real-time crime center, and they're able to deliver that information out to the field almost instantaneously, which is, stuff we would have died for.
Can you imagine? Remember, the only camera access we had to like if there was a camera, and we're not even talking about a video camera, a physical camera at the ATM sites, and you'd have to wait for them to develop the film.
Right. Here's Chicago. This is Chicago. That guy's carrying is that an Antifa flag that he had?
I didn't see. Was it the modified A?
Well, I couldn't tell if it was a Union flag or an Antifa flag. So look at, most of these are just young kids. That's the kids you got to worry about right there.
That's right. All in all black.
Yeah.
The ones that are dressed in all black are the profile.
Helmets, goggles.
The Antifa type agitators and rioters. Those are the ones.
Yeah, they're not there to protest. These kids here are fine. Yeah. Get it out of you. Not a problem. We're good. It's the other kids that are a problem, but he was holding something. Do you see that one kid holding something in his left hand?
Couldn't make it up, yeah. And here's something for your viewers here, Chris.
Mm-hmm.
All three of us, what are we watching? Hands. We're not looking at, we're watching hands, because hands will kill you.
Yeah, Chicago doesn't look like it's gone off yet. Looks like a peaceful protest.
Yeah.
That's not a problem. The helicopter feeds back up in LA. It looks like it's just dissipated somewhat where that one crowd was. And it looks like they've walked around, and the helicopter's trying to pick them back up. There's a small group there near the federal building. What do you think of this new phenomenon of these guys driving around on the motorcycles, the electric bikes, the scooters? They scooped them all up right there. There's a whole bunch of people going to jail. That crowd's thinned out. The bus
Yeah,
came
they're
around.
processing them. It looks to me like what they said was you were given the opportunity to disperse. You didn't. So now you're going to discover what dinner time was like at the Los Angeles County Jail.
I think they're going to.
Go ahead, Bob.
They'll probably be there for breakfast in the morning, but
Yeah, they're going
I
to
think-
miss dinner.
I think
What do
dinner.
What do you think's on the menu?
I don't know. I remember I had to go, I went to Ohio to in a little town where a murder suspect I learned that he had been booked in under a false name, and I flew out there to talk to him. And he had invoked his rights and said, "No, I'm not going to tell you anything." And so I said, "Well, okay, bye." And he said, "Well, aren't you going to take me back?" And I said, "No." And this jail looked like the Bastille. I mean, we were talking about an old jail. And he says, "Oh, Mr. Lamb, you have to get me out of here." He goes, "There's only 2 television channels. And you know what they fed me for lunch?" And I go, "Well, what?" "A bologna sandwich, a bag of chips, and a glass of Kool-Aid." And I said, "Well, I'll notify Amnesty International for you. Bye." Very different from going to jail at the time in California. So,
Well, here's New York. Somebody's flying a USMC flag, and they're headed towards Foley Square.
well, you notice the number of them that are wearing and I don't know the name, but are wearing the headwear that signals the support for Hamas. I noticed one of those in the Chicago group too. So what you're seeing is basically a melding of a variety of people who believe they've got grievances against the United States government. So I guess their attitude is the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Lily Matt, she wears black and she's quote old goth girl. Of course, I wasn't meaning to imply that everyone black is a rioter or an anarchist, but certainly environment would be on enforcement's radar because that is the profile. Right. So
You're coming in and out, Bob. I don't know if it's you.
there
There you go.
that ain't better. Okay.
There you go. You're good now.
Yeah, I lost all audio. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're good. I mean, why the gas mask? Why covering their faces?
Your computer, your programs to do facial ID.
Yep.
Briefcam can, the other company.
And they wear masks for the same reason bandits do. They don't want to be identified.
Right. And so that then you measure that against peaceful protest versus anarchy potential.
Well, in the old days, if you went and protested, you were proud to be identified as who you were. I remember the era of the civil rights marches. Nobody covered their face.
There it is.
These kafia, thank you, the kafia. And people did this because they were proud of what they were doing. If you were genuinely proud of what you were doing, you'd expose your face.
Interesting. Thank you, Pets. You're very kind. Thank you for always being with us too. Yeah, this is a generational thing here. These kids here don't look like, they're all going to get deported. They're carrying California flags now, like they're supporting California.
Well,
I'll be right back. You guys hold the ship down here. I'll be right back. I got to go get something.
You got it. I was just going to continue the thought. Chris said generational, and most of these are young people most of whom have never experienced, I'm painting with a broad brush, but they didn't grow up in a war-torn environment like Bosnia and Croatia. They've lived rather peaceful, good lives, and so I'm certain for many of them this is exciting. This is more exciting than playing Candy Crush, and then they can, of course, wrap themselves in the and I'm doing good for others. So I'm not doing it because it's fun and exciting. I'm taking a stand against something wrong. And maybe they actually believe that, but it ignores the basic fact. We're a nation of laws, wouldn't you say, Bob?
Yeah, of course. I agree with what you said. It's nice to see that one person carrying the American flag in the proper, not upside down, which is the symbol for anarchy. So is he from Chicago, or is this back in? I
This
see.
is New York City.
Oh, New York.
Yeah, they switched over to New York City and they're making their way toward, I thought Chris said Foley Plaza.
Okay, yeah, I see the timestamp down there now. So,
Yeah. So,
well,
but again, this is essentially, yes, they're putting other people, they're discomforting other people by not allowing them to use that roadway. But in essence, this is a peaceful protest. I don't anticipate that things will begin to get aggressive until the sun goes down. You and I both know that people use darkness as cover.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I would imagine
There's a thing here, and Hope Damon said something, and I'm with you on this 100%. Hope, we didn't dress like soldiers when we were cops. We wore police uniforms. We didn't wear all of the gear, the turtle shell gear. I'm with you. I've heard the opposite, an argument that things are so dangerous now that cops have to wear that stuff. But I'm going to share a little secret with you. Things were plenty dangerous when we were cops, and we didn't feel the need to dress up like we were combat soldiers, because when you dress up like soldiers, people view you as the enemy. Now, I don't have a problem with SWAT officers doing it in a tactical operation, but for average cops on the street, I think the officers do themselves a disservice by dressing in that way, because it sends a tacit message: we're frightened of you, and we shouldn't be. We're there to serve them. So now I see a comment from Jamie. Do I agree with the captain of LAPD when he says we don't need you? I'm uncertain what he says he doesn't need, but I would say that based on Los Angeles Police Department's unimpressive response to the initially, their statement that they wouldn't be responding to assist ICE, they created this situation. So, what do you think about that, Bob?
Yeah, I apologize. I was having some audio issues, some problems with my earbuds, so I
Yeah.
only caught part of that.
Well, there was a question that was, some LAPD captain said, "We don't need you," and my observation is that the difficulty with that is that when the Los Angeles Police Department made public announcements that they weren't going to assist the ICE, and it wasn't a question of immigration enforcement, ICE was serving warrants, and the LAPD said they wouldn't assist. Well, they actually caused this situation to occur by their statement that they weren't going to respond.
Yeah, that certainly contributed to it, and I agree with much of what you said. Clearly, the initial response to the federal building on Friday was lackluster in the beginning. And I think that now I don't know for sure, but just my professional opinion based on what I do know um, is that a decision was made by the chief's office and probably in consultation with the mayor, and they decided to wait to respond, hoping that perhaps this would go away and that the LAPD would not have to get involved in that skirmish at the federal building. When that didn't happen, then they decided to form up into a couple of platoons and respond. And I found the chief, the LAPD chief's excuse for why they didn't respond. Well, first of all, he said that they responded in 37 minutes. The Fed said it took 2 hours for them to respond. But even 37 minutes seems excessive to me because
In downtown Los Angeles?
in downtown Los Angeles, citywide, there are hundreds of officers on duty at any given time. And their policy, and perhaps somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that their policy is that all uniformed patrol officers will have their helmet and their gas mask with them in the field at all times. Going on tactical alert is not a rare event in the city of Los Angeles. It happens all the time. And so all officers, I believe, had their equipment with them when all of this went down on Friday. And the chief said that many of them didn't, so that's why it took them 37 minutes to respond. I don't buy that personally, but I could be wrong. Maybe there's something to what he said, but I don't buy it, quite frankly.
That's a really great observation. I thought the same thing. That what was the response time? I mean, 37 minutes. I mean, they're within 4 or 5 minutes of each other. Yeah.
Now's a good time, perhaps, to talk about the line officers and how they are perceiving these events versus command officers. And when I say a command officer, I mean chiefs, deputy chiefs, perhaps commanders, officers that are decision makers and probably have command over a certain division, a certain group of police officers. And I believe that the vast majority of rank and file officers that are working the streets want to get in there and take care of business. They don't want to play politics with this, but I can just about guarantee that on Friday, when all of this was hitting the fan, that those line officers, and that includes sergeants and probably lieutenants, they wanted to get in there and roll and respond and help the federal officers ASAP, like within minutes, but were prevented from doing so by city leadership and the command staff. And I don't know. What do you guys think? Am I off on that, or?
John, I'll let you.
I would tend to say you nailed it. Your average street cop, sergeant, probably even up to lieutenant, would have. We've all gone mutual aid into other cities, and when other cops call for help, you go. And I am certain that they were probably extraordinarily frustrated when the LA command staff and politicians slow walked the response.
Yeah, and just by the grace of God, nobody got hurt on either side. A couple of the federal guys, but also some of the individuals, that they were going to, take into custody and enforce. Right? No, that's the other thing. The public, everybody wants everybody safe. Everybody wants to go home. The officers want to go home. The person that you're arresting, you want to treat them humanely. escort them, whatever you need to do. And we just saw an example of that not more than 10 minutes ago, where they put all those people, they cordoned them off and they put them against the wall. And guess what? Nobody got hurt. Everybody went to, their separate ways. Unfortunately, some got in big trouble, and they'll have to face the consequences. Not a single officer in Los Angeles wants any one of these individuals on the street, in my opinion, hurt. However, we also have to keep in mind, if the situation escalates to the point where their lives are in jeopardy or other civilian lives are in jeopardy, then the officer is bound to take action. They're in a catch-22 situation. If somebody dies in front of them and they watch it, they could also get in trouble. And so officers are kind of like, okay, do I pull the trigger on this 40 caliber beanbag here, sending it downrange, or the flow shots? And if you've never been hit with one of those, I've only seen people get hit with them. I've never been hit with them, but they're the big foam deals, or the rubber. It depends on, what manufacturer, or a beanbag. Man, that they hurt. They hurt.
I've employed a beanbag once, and it was those apartments on Garrison Street. And we had a guy in an upstairs apartment waving a knife around. And so I had a beanbag round in the 12-gauge shotgun. And he was, basically coming on like he was Conan the Barbarian. And I hit him with that once. And he looked at me and knelt and put the knife down and said, "Please don't shoot me with that again. I give." It hurts. It's like really being clobbered.
Yeah. And so, that's called less lethal force. And you'll see the officers with the green, sometimes they're orange, sometimes they're green straps, green weapons, but those are less lethal.
Painted to be easily identifiable.
And then they have pepper balls. And then, of course, there's the rubber bullets. So these are all in Japan. They spray people with a blue dye.
Yeah, well, water cannons.
Well, yeah, and they mark them for later arrest, almost like a dye pack. If you robbed a bank, the explosive dye pack.
I'm inventive. I would also add to that cheap perfume and maple syrup so they're sticky.
Throw some feathers in there too.
Well, feathers would probably get stuck in the nozzle, but because think about it, do people like being sticky? They don't, and they don't like smelling that, and I'm talking about a $5 a gallon perfume. So, yeah.
So it appears as though this group of demonstrators are continuing to just. It looks like they're walking in a circle. I can't tell for sure from the aerial shots, but it looks like they're walking in a large circle around the greater downtown federal LAPD criminal courts complex. That's what it appears to me, but I could be wrong. So.
And meanwhile, back at the freeway, LAPD has cleared the freeway. It's running, or excuse me, Chippies have cleared the freeway and it's running through. Well, that was a good move. What do you guys think about that? I thought it was a good move. Clean it up quickly.
Absolutely, they got right on it from what I saw, and took care of it. They repelled that crowd. They left, and that was that for now anyway. Yeah,
everybody, if you're just joining with us right now, that's the 101 freeway in Los Angeles. The protesters had cut a hole in the fence to circumvent the cops blocking off the on-ramp, and they exited out onto the freeway, and they tried to stop the flow of the traffic. Oh, that's why they haven't opened it up yet, because they found something in that car.
Oh.
Yeah, that appears to be the northbound 110. Am I right? That's what it looks like to me, just
Is
based
it
on.
the 110 or the 101?
Well, it's the 101, I believe is what they said earlier. And so based on the shadows, right at this point, we're looking kind of the west and now looking toward the south. But based on the shadows of the sun's going down, we're looking west now.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought that was the 110, which is commonly referred to as the Pasadena Freeway, that runs right through the heart of downtown LA.
You're probably right, Bobby.
Yeah.
I believe that's it. And someone in the chat will correct all of us, but I believe that's the 110 freeway.
So they're moving again. I think they're going to get past that hole in the fence.
The standard riot formation.
And folks like your idea, John, of curfew and SERP.
I like your idea, John.
Could you
That's right.
imagine spraying that out of a water cannon?
You know what? I just like to be innovative and have fun too.
Oh, these guys here, they don't want to go home. They're pushing the envelope. Whoops. Lost that one. So let's go back to the crowd. It's gotten a little bit more condensed.
Condensed, and it seems to be getting smaller because it's dinner time. You probably got. Of course, I wouldn't be surprised, as well organized as this is, that there haven't been meal deliveries, and guys could call in DoorDash.
Right. Modern technology.
Yeah, where can I deliver the Chick-fil-A?
Yeah. Your name, please, and location. Well, we're moving up to. Yeah. Okay. And the scooter pulls up and hands you your bag of McDonald's.
Yeah.
Thank you. Chicago's quiet. They're just holding up signs right now. No problem here. Nothing to see. Keep moving. Yeah, now this is a peaceful protest.
Yeah, this is what a peaceful protest looks like.
Everybody's on board here. It's all cool. Oh, here's a different shot. Here's the view from the sky in the Windy City. That's a lot of people.
Well, school's out. This is exciting for a lot of them. For a lot of them, on some level, they may sympathize, but for a lot of them, this is entertainment.
Look at it, goes down the center. Wow. I don't see the cops anywhere.
Well, other than that early on photograph of it, no, I don't imagine you will.
Oh, wow. It goes a long way.
Have we heard about Minneapolis or other than Chicago, any other Midwest cities with any protests or demonstrations. I haven't.
No, and New York City's quiet right now too. I checked that. I'm not seeing anything in Minneapolis right now. It looks like it's Chicago and LA are the two primaries. Look at that. Is that the federal building? Yep. Because there's the guard shack out front. See it?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are mostly peaceful, Linda. That's good.
That's excellent.
That's what we want. This is democracy in action.
Yeah, that's a scary thought, Danny. Thank you so much for your kindness and donation. Yeah, I mean, at least they're right. They're obeying the rules.
Yeah, I don't see any graffiti on that NYPD unit there. So that's a good thing.
Let's see here.
Austin. Yeah, I did hear about Austin protesting.
Thank you, Bonnie. Bonnie Jordan, shout out. Let's see if there's Austin. Let me go see if I can find Austin here. Last night they took it to town quickly.
Sam, wishing somebody could explain to me why we don't want felons to be deported from the United States. I have had nobody explain that to my satisfaction. So.
Yeah, no, there's nothing going on right now. They arrested 23 people last night. This is New York. They're at Foley Square, which is the gathering place pretty much. Best waffles in the country, by the way. There's a little waffle stand near Foley Square where that's the federal building across the street. You can see the guard shack over there.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So now we know what they did for lunch or dinner. They had the waffles.
They are the best waffles.
Are they?
Yeah.
You get them with fried chicken?
You can. I have not, but I did have the waffles.
With plenty of syrup, John.
And I'm not talking about real maple syrup. I'm talking about like that fake, either like Caro syrup or, no, you want it to smell like fake maple. So like the Log Cabin or the Mrs. Butterworth. Yeah, so that's just my thought.
Oh, that's interesting. Emma, we're all confused. And thank you so much for your comment. We are all confused right now.
Where are you in the UK, Emma? Two of the greatest years of my life were spent in Berkshire. So be fascinating to hear where you're from, because I was stationed in Britain in the mid-1970s before Greenham Common became activated. Loved it there. Loved your country. So I hope life is good for you there.
Now they're picking up their pace here, so I don't know if the officers. Oh, look, somebody came for supplies.
Yep.
There's the answer.
They're gearing up.
Look at that.
Pretty Bird wants to know what Caro syrup is. It is corn syrup. And it is viscous and sticky. And so it's corn syrup.
And John wants to shoot it through water cannons with perfume.
Yeah, with perfume and water as a carrier, because you couldn't just shoot it with the Caro syrup because it wouldn't be fluid enough.
And thank you, Bonnie and friends. We are all grateful.
Caro syrup does make great pecan pies. My wife used to make those, and they were so rich you needed an angioplasty if you had a slice.
It was good though, wasn't it?
Oh man. I mean, when my wife worked at the police department, and she made a chocolate cake. She worked in the detective bureau. And it was the most amazing. We called it the 10-pound chocolate fudge cake. And she would bring it in first thing in the morning, and everybody'd have it for breakfast. Well, if you were out doing something before, and you came in, and you'd see this empty cake pan with like crumbs in it. And because everybody would devour it, and you'd go, yeah, I want to thank you guys for leaving me a piece. Well, you're not here.
Snooze, you lose.
Yeah. Been there, done that.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think this is going to go off here tonight, like you were talking about, Bobby. I agree with you. They're now that they've got supplies. Did you see all the helmets they brought them last night?
Mm-hmm.
Did you notice how they did that right in the middle of the street, and people gathered around and apparently trying to block whatever they were handing out, but right in the middle of the street. So,
Wow.
Well, there's definitely been some serious thought invested in this.
200 arrested today.
It's a good start.
Let me bounce around here, see what's going on. And the Chippies are going to hold the freeway. I think they're going to open it up now. They're just opening it up. Going to get that right out of the way.
Is that a light rail bridge over?
It
yes.
looks like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. We love you. Very grateful for you. They're still holding off to the side there.
That's fascinating.
Probably waiting for Caltrans to come sew up the fence.
Because what do they figure that every minute the freeway is closed, it's an hour, it's another mile of backup?
Wow. Yeah, there they go. When you start seeing these other groups coming together, that's not a good sign, everybody. Whether you're for a cause or not for a cause, there are some groups that are more violent than others. I'm meaning, people within it. Not all of them, not all, but heavy duty agitators. Now they're stacked up.
Yeah, that's interesting that they're keeping them in formation. Because dressed in all that gear on a hot summer day, I can tell you, it's not comfortable.
So I saw someone commented that LA Mayor Bass has issued an order for an 8 p.m. curfew, and I'm looking that up now. Just not that I doubt what the viewer said, but just to get the facts here. Yeah, from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. There's a curfew. So this is going to get interesting here in a couple hours. So it is 6:15 in LA right now. So less than 2 hours.
And at any time, if you guys need to take care of other business, I'm going to be here for a while, so you can jump back in, jump back out, whatever you feel. I love having you here. You add oh, well, here's the reason. I just saw this.
Oh, I
Yes.
see. Yeah.
I didn't see that crowd up there.
It looks
So
like
they're
it's another
minute-
bunch that's going to be surrounded.
Yep. Did you see what they did to the Channel 5 news truck last night too?
Yeah.
No, what?
They tagged it, just destroyed it.
They didn't just tag it; they graffitied the you know what out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember the episode, Bob, in 1982 when the guy on Brook Street began sniping at cops and people with the rifle?
Yes.
Siege, and one of the local news crews came in and parked the van in a neighborhood and left it unlocked that they shouldn't have. And they came back to the van and found that all their portable radios had been stolen by the local gang members. And so the cops have got the perimeter surrounded as this lunatic is shooting at them. And they said, well, you need to go look for our radios. So, yeah, you're out of luck.
I would say that arrests are imminent here.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you, Analytical. What a great comment. And thank you, Sharon. Let us pray for all, Ellie. God, give us a choice, good or evil. I pray for more. And thank you, Sean. Great to see you again tonight. We sure are appreciative of each of you. And was that the incident? That's where Resner sent Zach. Was that the guy that came down the stairwell?
Where they had, well, no, this was the incident where they brought the airport taxi.
Oh,
And they
okay.
had like 2 or 3 police dogs in it. And the guy came down the stairs with a rifle under his arm and a suitcase full of frozen food.
Well, it wasn't,
Yeah.
and there was one where the dude came down the stairwell over on Brook Street, and he had a phosphorus grenade. Remember?
Yes, I do remember that.
And he was holding it up over his head, and he pulls the pin, and Resner lets his dog go, and he's wearing a pair of overalls, those farmer overalls, and he had no shirt on. Okay, and he pulls the pin, and Zach. You guys have to know this dog. This dog had to be 110 pounds. I mean, the thing was a moose.
Oh,
There we go.
Okay.
And Zach was possessed of demons.
He didn't want to go peacefully.
Apparently, he didn't wish to go. And somewhere, someplace down there, some cop is saying, your Uber ride is here.
Yeah.
Well, he would be a smart mouth, and I wouldn't know about that personally. I'm just speculating.
Yeah. You know what's interesting about this is I want, who are they rounding up here, right? In this little particular group setting. They're going to get everybody, even the people that pretend to be lawyers. The green hats, right?
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so this guy, he's coming down the stairs. Resner says, drop it. And he pulls the pin and everybody's freaking out like, oh my gosh, he's got a grenade. And it was a
white phosphorus. You can't put it out.
Right. From Camp Pendleton that he had stolen, brought it out in town. Anyway, Zach hits this guy. And when he hits him, he drops it and it goes down into his overalls. And now he's on fire. Okay. And it's like gang fu. And Jack's trying to get the dog off him. The cops everybody's trying to put him out, stop, drop, and roll. And just crazy. I thought that's the guy you were talking about, but
No,
over
they
in that part of town.
They pulled up an airport taxi in front of the place, and he thought he was going to Peru or Cuba or something. And when he opened up the door to the airport taxi, these 3 dogs jumped out and attacked him.
You thought he was going to get a ride?
Well, they actually got like one of those airport taxis from Lindbergh Field. So I mean, it looked real. Oh, and now we're moving them now we're moving them to the middle so they can't. Well, at least there are a couple of smart ones that have got their hands behind their heads. A for effort.
I love it. I love it. Yes.
So look what LAPD's done now. They have got them completely surrounded, and they're going to start issuing some orders, would be my guess. Perhaps an unlawful assembly type admonition. And then these platoons that are coming out, they've got them completely surrounded. Here we go.
I guess my
Closing
thought
in.
is you probably should have gone home when we told you to.
Yep.
Should have bought a squirrel. Remember the Great Race? Where he asks directions? He says, "How do you get to?" And the next scene, he's launching off of a cliff, and the guy it shoots back to the guy. He goes, "Should have bought a squirrel." Oh yeah. The report. He's like, "Let me see your ID. Are you the real thing?" And the kid on the scooter is like, "Mom, I'm going to be late for dinner."
Yeah.
He's on the phone.
You know, looking at, I think that's CHP down there, isn't it?
That is CHP.
Yeah,
That's all
Okay,
the
I said
military.
LAPD. Yeah, I'm just now and I know LAPD does have the Metropolitan Division does wear patches, but they're not bright like this. So CHP's they're doing a good job. They're getting after it.
Yeah, it's the CHP tactical teams.
Yeah. Yep, there's an arrest. Well, maybe not. Maybe they're just escorting these folks out because they're not in
Maybe a
custody.
medical emergency.
It could be. Yep, looks like it.
They're taking into account. Now, this is compassion as well. They probably asked him, "Okay, why are you here? What's going on?" Well, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Or they're taking him to a Raiders game. He's got a jersey. Bring on the ice. Angela.
I'm guessing that when these folks arrived to protest like this, and they didn't leave, I don't think any of them thought this was how it was going to end.
Yeah.
Looking like the remainder of the 7th Cavalry at Little Bighorn.
Yeah, and if you've just joined us, we are monitoring New York and Chicago. Folks in both of those cities are peaceful. There's a lot of people there, but nothing is going down like it is here.
So
in LA.
somebody just commented that Chicago is getting interesting. So
Yeah, I just panned back over there. Here's Chicago right here. It's just a lot of people. There's water getting passed
The water being delivered.
somebody commented earlier about these anarchists and maybe even some of the protesters and demonstrators wearing diapers, and that is spot on. That's what many of them do, so that they don't have to go to the bathroom. I'm sure there's been a huge run on Depends in Los Angeles area the last few days.
There's a run on Depends at our age.
Speak for yourself, Chris.
A run.
I'm not quite there, brother.
So that's Chicago. It looks like a different dynamic, though. This looks like, like more Caucasian, and in LA, it looks like more Hispanic. They're going to take them one at a time and gather all that intel.
Yes. Absolutely. Well, somebody's tired and wants to ride the bus. I'm tired of standing. Can I please sit down?
I know, right? Going to be tired tomorrow. A lot of walking. Their kids inspired by TikTok. Interesting. That's a great comment. Why the mask if you're positive this is the right thing to do?
I made that observation. We talked about that probably 2 hours ago, Chris, when I said the original civil rights marchers didn't cover their faces.
That's right. And not one of us are required those types of depends. You got to
Really,
be.
I mean it.
You got to be a hardcore rioter to wear diapers.
Oh, I promise you that many of these hardcore agitators and protesters are wearing diapers. Guaranteed. That's in the official anarchist professional protester handbook.
Yeah, is there a handbook, by the way? That's a great point. They train these guys,
There
right?
was the old anarchist cookbook that came out in the late 1960s. That was actually a piece of CIA disinformation. The anarchist cookbook supposedly taught you how to make booby traps and bombs and make like there was I want to say there was the recipe to so you could smoke banana peels, which that was just made up in the 60s, and there were literally recipes for napalm and such that would kind of designed that if you actually tried to make them, they'd go off. And that was the old anarchist cookbook, and produced. The story is produced by the CIA, so that people would harm themselves trying to make these things.
Well, the answer to this
question. I can actually answer that because I've worked in a jail.
Yeah, the rookie transports them.
That's the first thing. That's why God invented rookie police officers. They handle them. And, or if you have the jail trainee, they handle them. And, yeah, that's a really very special memory of my jail working days.
The pecking order.
Yes.
I had a deuce one time, and Radcliffe was my transport. And this person had an accident. I was Radcliffe's transport. He was a dog handler at the time. And he puts her in the back seat, and she's wearing white pants. And he goes, "Here, I have a gift for you." I said, "You chicken beak." That's cruel, dude. So he goes, "No, she's really nice." I was like, this is just wrong. Just wrong. Oh my gosh. I blasted off to the jail, to the holding cell, to the machine. And I got her out. I had to hose out my car. And John came out and he goes, "Well, that wasn't that bad, was it?" I was like, "You're a sick puppy." That was cruel. But we treated her with respect, but what a mess.
Well, and if you're lucky, when you get them to the jail, you can con the sheriff's deputies into sending a couple of trustees to come clean up the back seat of your car.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm not so sure they can do that anymore.
Yeah. We all have a story about Manford or John, did you put anything in there about Manfred?
I have a chapter near the end, the Manfred story, where Manfred brought a dead man back to life. And,
Yeah.
well, of course, Manfred was the one that made him stop breathing. We were on foot patrol and came in front of a huge fight in front of the Pastime Bar, which was in downtown Oceanside. And they're in the doorway, so we can't get at them with our nightsticks. And so we're pulling them off. And as we pull one guy off, he spins around and we discover he's got half a pool cue in his hand. And he lifts back as if he's going to hit Manfred. And Manfred grabs him, just C-clamps him. Now, C-clamp is an expression for grabbing the carotid artery, and you shouldn't do it. But basically, it isn't a chokehold, but it interrupts the blood flow. So he hit this guy with a C-clamp. His eyes roll up. The pool cue hits the ground. He hits the ground. We break the fight up, and we say, it's all over with, but the guy with the pool cue is still laying on the pavement. So Bob leans over and looks and says, like in a voice like, oh, they got my order wrong at the McDonald's. He says, this guy ain't breathing. I go, what? And he says, yeah, he's not breathing. Don't worry. And then he kneels down next to him and gives him this massive precardial thump on his chest. And this guy goes, sits up and looks at us. And he says, what happened? And Manfred says, well, I killed you for a second, but you're fine. You want the paramedics? And the guy goes, no, can I go in and have another beer? Bob pats him on the shoulder and says, yeah,
Sure.
yeah, you're fine. We're even. This guy gets up and staggers back in the bar. Manfred was, you had to work with, I could write an entire book of Manfred stories.
Yes.
And people would say it is unalloyed fiction, but the stories are true.
Rest in peace, Manfred.
Yeah, man, rest in peace, Manfred.
Yeah.
What a great guy.
And
Yeah.
this is LAPD. It looks like a rapid response team.
Probably not SWAT, could be Metro, because SWAT, wouldn't they have different vehicles? Somebody wanted to know if it was SWAT.
Yeah, even though they have some Bearcats, the small stature Bearcat, that's probably Metropolitan Division, which is different from Metro SWAT. Those are different units.
You know what they're doing? They're escorting the jail buses to make sure that nobody tries to lynch the prisoners.
Yep, you're right.
And when I say lynch the prisoners, I'm not talking about how the term is popularly understood of, hanging people without a trial. In California, when you try and remove a prisoner from lawful custody, it's called a lynching, and it's a felony. So that's what I suspect they're doing.
So,
yeah, there's a whole bunch of them there. It's like 5 or 6. Go ahead, Bob.
Sorry, just to ask John here, in his book, is Buford walking short in there?
Buford is mentioned with the I might have winged me a pedestrian story, and that the background to that was the Buford was from Oklahoma, excellent cop, brilliant, but he was really folksy, and officers were spent one night to an armed robbery at a gas station, at the Shell station you mentioned earlier, Chris.
Yep.
And it was you were there. I think you were number 3 right after Dan Aaron. the pursuit's going, and Stokes comes on the radio. Yes, that's where he got his name. His real name was not Buford, but we called him Walking Short. And he gets on the radio and says, "Right, you know, I'm still in pursuit, but you might want to have a unit check the corner of Hill and Vista Way. I think I might have winged me a pedestrian."
I was in that pursuit.
80 miles, and the cars are going 80 miles an hour. And I happened to drift in from the east, and I got on the side tactical frequency and told, "Let the watch commander know I'll look for a body." And so I'm driving around, and I don't see a body, and so then he ended up the car crashed in Carlsbad, and they jumped out, and Buford cranked off around at him, and they ran, but they still caught them. And I mentioned him once in the they sweep up my brass story, and I mentioned once when we were fighting a guy on PCP, and Stokes had his weighted driving gloves, and which were useful if you ever seen. We were fighting this guy, and for people who are young, PCP is an animal tranquilizer, and it was an exceptionally it had an exceptional effect on people. It would create hallucinations, give them super strength, and they felt no pain. And a fight with them, one cop couldn't fight a guy on PCP alone. And it was also known as angel dust or sherm. And so we were in the old bus station, and it was George Wallner and you, because you were there, Bob. We were and Buford, and we were clobbering this guy, and then Buford got a right hook with his weighted driving gloves, which is the same thing as what are known as sap gloves. And this guy's head went back like a rock'em sock'em robot. And that's when we were able to tackle and stick him to the floor.
John, now you have to explain what a rock'em sock'em robot is.
And while you're doing that, if you guys are loving these stories, this is John's latest book. It's called Beach Blanket Bedlam, and it's loaded with these kind of funny stories. I mean, it's a must read. You get it on Amazon now. The link will be below. But go ahead, rock'em sock'em.
Rock'em, and you could look on Google to look at the image, but they were these plastic robots, and there were these buttons you could press, and if you hit the jaw of the other robot just right, it would go, and that's basically what happened to this guy in Angel Dust.
And the spring-loaded head would pop up.
Yes, it would pop right back. So what I describe in this book, and I'm going to tell you right now, if you're horrified by dark police humor, if you're horrified by really a very callous view of the world, I'm describing a time over 40 years ago when we didn't have any less lethal techniques. Less lethal was a nightstick or a flashlight or your fists. And we were, I try and describe what that period was like. And we were in an exceptionally violent town. We were a small police department, and we basically were told to reclaim downtown. And we fought people almost every night. And yeah, you're right, Debbie. Nurses also have very dark humor, and that's where the origin of dark humor comes from. You've got to laugh at this stuff, because if you actually sat back and said this is the genuine human condition, you'd be playing Russian roulette. So I tell these stories. I tell the story of breaking up they were running an after-hours bar on Bush Street, and SEB was Special Enforcement Bureau, Vice and Narcotics, basically had a search warrant, and we searched the place. And I'll leave it at this: is that somebody wanted to make a complaint. He was slapped, and the police lieutenant came and offered him. I just go ahead. This guy says he hit me. This detective slapped me after the guy had dropped into a boxing stance. He'd gotten down and was dancing around, and the detective slapped him and said, "Get out of here." He goes, "Oh, no, you shouldn't have touched me." And so the lieutenant came and offered. All I'll say is, offered this guy a sense of perspective as to how hard you could be hit. And so
That was Lyle,
story.
right? That was Lyle Donnelly.
That was Bruce.
Okay, so because I was riding Pine number 2 one night, and I was up at the front desk, and this drunk comes in, and he goes, "I want to talk to your boss." And I said, "Well, my boss is not in a good mood, so what's going on?" And he goes, "No, I want to talk to your boss. You're up here working the desk, so you don't have any authority, I can tell." And I just said, "Look, dude, just tell me what's going on. And if it's something that I should get my boss involved in, then I'll go back and get him. But I'm going to give you a heads up. You better have a real problem. And because if you don't want to tell me, he's going to ask me, and I'm just going to have to say, guy doesn't want to tell me." And that's not the way to start with this guy. And he goes, "I don't care." And he was a drunk Marine. He says, "Go get your boss." And I said, "Roger that." So I walked back, and Lyle's sitting there at the desk. And I said, "Hey, there's a Marine up front that really doesn't want to tell me what's happened, but he said one of our guys got into it with him downtown, and he wants to file a complaint." And Lyle says, "We'll handle it." I said, "I tried." He goes, "Doggone it, McDonough." Now, Rocket Man goes to the front desk at 92 miles an hour, and the first things out of his mouth is, "What do you want?" And he said, "Sir, I'm in the United States Marine Corps, and one of your guys hit me downtown." And Lyle says, "Let me look at you." And he looks at him, and he goes, "You haven't been hit hard enough. Get out of my office. Get out of my building."
And the boss is an old Marine, so he has nothing against.
Yeah, I mean, the boss, Lyle, had been with the 1st Marine Division in Da Nang in 1966.
Yeah.
And so, he was. And actually, I tell the story of how he got his nickname. Riding Pine is what it is. You're stuck on the front desk, Adam. I tell the story about how he got his name, Rocket Man. And he was at the old Evans apartment motels, and I don't know what he's handing out. We couldn't get an idea, but it might be paychecks. I don't know if they're done for the day, but he and Dick Green went into the old Evans apartments right there on South Pacific Street. And, what are we saying? So Bass called for a state of emergency besides the curfew. Well, I guess better late than never. Dick Green got involved. He would try to stop and talk to a guy, and the fight was on. And Donnelly came running in through the back entrance, and there was a speed bump there, if you remember. And he couldn't see it in the dark. So he's at this full sprint, and he hits this speed bump, and he trips. And so now he's tumbling forward, cartwheeling his arms so he doesn't fall. And he leaps and comes down on both feet, like the old Commander Cody. He fly out the old Commander Cody films from the 1940s. The guy wore a bullet like the Rocketeer. If you saw that movie, he comes down out of the sky and on both feet, and such a dramatic entrance that Green and the Crook look at him like, oh my, they're just, and the Crook says, where did he come from? Because it looked like he dropped from the sky. And Green says, that's Rocket Man. And so that's how he got his name.
Unbelievable.
Rocket
Really?
Man retired as a lieutenant, I believe, right?
Yeah, I believe he did.
So here's another quick Buford story. Buford and I are working a car together on the graveyard shift. So we got a 2-man car. I'm driving because I would never let Buford drive because he's crazy. And so I'm driving, and it's like, it's quiet. The city's quieted down. We're working out in Mesa Margarita, which is a very desolate area of the city. Oceanside is 48 square miles in circumference and quite large. So we would put 2 officer cars out there whenever we could, because it's far away and the backup's far away. So we're working together. It's like 4:30, 5 o'clock. We pull into the 7-Eleven on North River Road, which is a 24-hour store, to get a cup of coffee. There are no vehicles in the parking lot. It appears to be quiet except for the clerk. And I was writing something on the log sheet, which we all had to keep back then. And Buford walked in the store ahead of me, and he had on his weighted driving gloves and his unauthorized ball cap.
Yeah. I tell that story too, Bob, with the ball cap.
and I'm just stepping out of the car, and the window breaks of the 7-Eleven, and this cholo comes flying out. This gang member comes flying out of the plate glass window. Buford comes running through the doors behind him and jumps on him and handcuffs him before I could do anything. And I said, Buford, what the hell happened? And he goes, well, that son of a bitch was in there getting a Slurpee, and I know he's wanted. So he threw down on me, so I got the best of him, and he sent him flying through the plate glass window of the 7-Eleven.
That's exactly how we talk to everybody. So you know. And while we're all laughing there, on the right going on is they're rounding up all the folks that had gone out onto the freeway, or is this a whole new crowd?
This is a whole new crowd. That's
This is a whole
LAPD.
new crowd.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, so they're hooking everybody up. And that's the federal building. So they took the crowd off the freeway, and now they took the crowd. Okay, here's the crowd near the freeway.
No,
But
those are all cops.
Those are cops. No, but I mean that's where they hooked them up. They still got a couple of stragglers.
Yeah.
There they are on the fence.
Let me throw this in, Linda. You're exactly right, except I would say Buford deserves his own book. He was that entertaining.
There is no question. And he was astonishing as far as the number of cops. I mean, great sense. There are some cops that are born with a sense of, they can look at somebody and know they're crooks, and know, or just observe something and know that. And he would make just excellent what we used to call on-site arrests, where he would be, nobody sent you to the call. You'd see something, and he would see something and register it. And I also did tell the story about Bill Cox and the push broom.
Oh, that's that's one of the best, without a doubt, one of the best.
Because you were the one that witnessed it, so I'll let you tell that.
Oh, so we're in roll call. It's a graveyard roll call. The shift started at 10 p.m. Roll call, I think, was at 9:30 or 9:45.
It was 10:30. The shifts were 11 to 7.
That's right. You're right.
Yeah.
Yep. So we're sitting in roll call. Now, this is back in the 80s when you could still smoke in the building. You could smoke indoors. And Buford was notorious for 2 stogies a night. And in roll call, he's sitting in the back row. He's got his boots kicked up on the table. The sergeant's in front, reading the crimes and just giving basic information in preparation for all of us to hit the street. There's probably 10 or 12 of us in roll call. And there was an incident that occurred a couple hours earlier where an officer was shot at out on North River Road, which is that same area where Buford sent the guy through the plate glass window. Very desolate out there, kind of rural. I think it's all built up now, but back then it was still very rural. And so, long story short, the officer that was fired at was unable to shoot back at the suspect, and the suspect ran down into a river bottom and disappeared. Well, they tried to do a perimeter the best they could. They had the sheriff's helicopter up looking for this guy, and they never found him. Well, right on cue, Buford's got his stogie going with his boots kicked up back on the table, and he goes, "Well, I'll tell you one GD thing. That SOB shoot at me like that, they're going to have to send Bill Cox out with a broom to sweep up my brass." Now, Bill Cox was the custodian at the police department. Or no, I'm sorry, not a custodian. He was the maintenance head.
He was the building manager, and sweeping up the brass.
And there's the
to empty his gun and reload so there would be brass on the ground. So what's happening here, Chris?
So it looks like they tried to get back up onto the 110, and all the mini bikes are out now. This is the mini bike crew. So
that's part of the anarchist crew.
It's gonna get interesting right now. And then I guess the governor is doing a presser where he's also declaring that there's going to be a curfew.
Imagine that.
And so yeah, this is so that's downtown. Starting to get interesting. This one is also over by the federal building, but this is where they were throwing all the bricks and the items over the fence there at the freeway. So I'm surprised they're letting them get up there. I bet you when this contingency is done, they're going to vominos over there onto the bridge and keep that bridge clear because they can't be throwing those things anymore. And what's cool about this right now, their command and control, is they finally got the media under control as well. You know, I think they've been letting the media they're getting in the way.
Yeah.
And, it's glad to see that they've got them contained as well on the other side of the line, and the police officers are not over there by all the arrestees. That's important, folks, because it has to be that way, unfortunately. And so there's this group right here over the bridge that the helicopter is shooting down on. But look at the line of CHP cars on the freeway. There's got to be 40, 50 cars there. And if they load them with four guys each, you could have 100, 200 chippies on this one. Look at all those cars.
Yeah, but they've got to easily have 500 CHP officers there.
Let's see if the news is saying anything. Can you hear that?
No.
No.
Yeah.
Well, based on the mayor, the governor, state of emergency, curfew, etc., my keen police mind tells me that they have some very, very specific intel that they're on what might happen tonight, what could happen tonight, and they're taking action because it's got to be something pretty serious. It's got to be more than what we've seen the last few nights, in my opinion.
Considering they've been downplaying it thus far, I think you're right, Bob.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let me see if I can find another news agency real fast.
Did you see the fellow who was doxing the locations of where the National Guard people were staying, and somebody doxed him, and he got very upset that his privacy was
Was violated.
yes.
So here's another chopper, ABC 7.
Well, no, you're not being detained. If you're in handcuffs riding in a bus to the county jail, you're under arrest.
Yeah, you won't be sleeping in your own bed tonight.
Yeah, it is 6:56 Pacific time.
Mm-hmm.
So the sun goes down probably another 2 hours or an hour and a half.
Yeah, I would say after 8 this time of year, so probably about sundown, maybe 8:15, and start really getting dark by 9, something like that.
And tonight's the night of the strawberry full moon.
Is it really?
Oh,
That it's the closest. I mean, it's supposed to be continue to be red. I think it was moonrise here, maybe a half hour ago. But I live close enough to the Blue Ridge that it comes up a little bit later.
Oh, wow.
so
They're deploying a bomb squad.
so John and Chris, how do people behave differently on the street when there's a full moon?
Oh, man. Yeah, it's that magnetic pull. Man.
They do. You know, we would dread the other, not only full moon, but also new moon. When there was no moon, it was like every 14 days. But I'm fascinated with somebody went into the sewer to plant suspicious devices.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Let me look it up on Twitter. Yeah, that is not good at all. If this is, they may be creating a honeypot situation here where they're attracting the bees with the honey right now,
Yep.
and then they're gonna.
Well, that's an interesting flag being flown. That's the Hamas flag, unless I'm mistaken.
I didn't see it.
Right there in the middle. That's not a Mexican flag.
Yeah, it's Palestine.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of these issues are going to start to meld. This whole Israeli-Palestinian issue and the protests surrounding that issue, and all of this ICE raids, all this stuff is going to start meld throughout the country, I think.
Well, because they see us as a common enemy. They see the United States.
Well, to me, it shows a greater level of anarchy to thwart the government.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a stronger word, but I'll keep it.
I'm surprised that I would even hear you suggest that you would use language.
Yeah, it's a family show.
Because knowing you all the years I've known you and knowing just what a kind, circumspect person you are.
Well, now my description of Buford was not an exact quote. Okay. It was a little more colorful than what the language I used.
We're in Chicago.
Oh yeah, that's now.
Who's that one kid? Looks like he's a kid in a police uniform.
Why would these officers be out there without helmets? That is just absolutely ridiculous.
They may be under instructions from the mayor.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure.
So if the possibility of an explosive device at the federal building, now you have to begin clearing the area because now you're responsible if it is indeed an explosive device. But, and you'll notice that these guys are not using or carrying nightsticks.
And a
But they
mess.
need to clear the area if there's a possibility of an explosive there.
Okay, now somebody needs to step in and organize these officers and get a line going. And I'm not sure that, well, maybe that's starting to happen. I don't know, but seems like it was a little out of control there.
Well, I'm not like particularly impressed with how these officers, they're 3/4 of them are overweight. You've got a couple of them that are, they barely look like this guy, like, what kind of height requirement do they have anymore? When we were on the job, the minimum height requirement for a police officer was 5'8".
Let them go.
Are they carrying any impact? Well, okay, there's one
It
of them.
looks like they're carrying
They're throwing
asps.
stuff
Yeah.
at them though. They have no helmets, nothing.
Yeah, they look like asps they have, which for the purpose of, for the viewers, an asp is an expandable baton. It is, when it's like the old fashioned antenna, you might have for a radio that it would begin at like 4 inches, but you could, extend it to 12 inches. And this is, yes, this is Chicago. And, I never found the asp particularly useful, but that may be all they can carry as an impact weapon.
Let's see what else is going on here.
I carried one as a detective, but
Yeah, and that would make sense.
yeah.
Here's Gavin.
I feel very relieved.
Okay. This is crazy. The politicians need to stop it. They just need to stop it. Let's see here. Go back to LA. So Chicago's spinning out of control. Let me see what else is going on. LA's deploying again out in front of the federal building.
What you want to bet that if they hadn't covered it right now with the news breaking in Chicago, that they're sending officers into the sewer system to make sure it's not happening in LA.
Yeah. Good point.
What's on right now is Los Angeles.
That's LA, and here's Chicago in another angle. So parts of it, you've got a problem, and the other part of the line, it's peaceful. Here we go. These are the troublemakers here.
Look at all the backpacks.
Mm-hmm.
It's not to say that everybody that's carrying a backpack is an anarchist, but there are quite a few of them.
Yeah, it's almost sunset over there. And anyway, I think these foreign country flags, and then you've got the United States flag upside down. Unacceptable. From a son whose parents are buried in Arlington National Cemetery. Unacceptable. You can hate the country, that's not a problem, but at least remember why we pay tribute to that flag. Yeah, Chicago may get lit here. And look at the green hats. Everybody see the green hats?
Mm-hmm. Those are your organizers.
Those are your organizers. Those are your lawyers. Look at this guy. Making up a sign.
Yeah, the lime green are the organizers. No, this is a fascinating place to leave the camera.
Yeah. I'll come back to them in a minute. This is LA. I think you're right. You're right, Bobby. I mean, the fact that they're going to shut down the city and declare an emergency after 5 days, they probably have something else cooking here, bigger intel flowing in.
Yeah, and then Newsom's on saying something, but obviously making some kind of statement as to, I don't know, state of emergency or something. But in my opinion, he's 5 days late and several $1 billion short.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the cars, those Waymo cars alone, I asked a friend of mine, he said those things cost like $2 million each to make. You know, those are the selfless driving cars. You know, nobody's behind the wheel, 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 behind the
Hey,
wheel,
Chris, you have a
behind
loop.
the wheel,
You have
behind
an
the
audio
wheel,
loop going on.
behind the wheel, behind the wheel, behind the wheel.
Either that or the LSD I took in the 60s came back to haunt me.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
The, just going back to what we were talking about, the numbers, it just seems like tonight, CHP, LAPD, and all of the law enforcement agencies there in Los Angeles are really ramped up.
Yes.
Are you seeing that as well, John?
No, I absolutely concur with you, Bob. We're seeing a massive investment of resources here, and there is no indication that anybody is going to stand down. It's almost, to me, as you, I think, presciently observed, that they have what they believe to be solid intelligence that something else is going to happen.
Agreed. Yeah.
And this is just what we're seeing downtown. I would be wondering how much LAPD is staged in the Wilshire district. You're back, Chris.
Yeah, my computer has been going berserk lately.
So the curfew is just for certain parts of downtown. And so what does that potentially do? So groups, and I bet we see this tonight, they will go outside the curfew area and start looting. That's what we're going to see tonight. Potentially.
Yeah,
I could be wrong, but we'll see.
We might also potentially even see it in the valley.
Right.
And by that, for viewers, I'm talking about the San Fernando Valley, which is still part of the city of Los Angeles, but it's north of the main part. It's separated by hills. But because maybe thinking that resources have been drawn away.
Helen, thank you. That, you know what, I just felt where the
exhaust
everything gets plugged into, and it's hotter than Dickens. So I think you may be 1,000% correct. I'm going to have to try to figure out what's going on with that. So I really appreciate you telling me that. I'm going to pick up a fan tomorrow and see if that makes a difference. And thank you for your patience. I thank John and Bob for whenever I drop out.
Well, we were talking about whether you were having a computer problem or I was having an acid flashback.
That's right. Yeah.
But I managed to maintain. I didn't start shrieking. So.
Let's see, Chris, the people in the green helmets are looking for authorities and justice to the rioters so they can sue Ellie and the National Guards. Yeah.
Oh, there's certainly some potential that they're attempting to create an event that can be exploited both monetarily and for publicity. But what I'm seeing here as far as these formations, I don't see them unless things completely went into complete havoc that's going to happen. So, but yeah, I think you make a very observant point there that this could be done as nothing more than an attempt to provoke a violent response.
Yeah, I'm looking to see what else is going on out here. So check this out. These guys here, this is Antifa. Look at this. They're getting ready.
I thought there were people that said that Antifa, and somebody asked earlier, why they have the umbrellas? The umbrellas are there so that they can use that to block the pepper balls that are fired. They're basically pepper spray that they will use those as to protect themselves from the pepper spray, the chemical munitions.
So where is this that you've got up
This
there?
is Chicago.
Okay.
And some guy walking around, Andy. You ever see this Andy NGO? He's they beat the crud out of him.
Oh, yes.
In Portland.
Yes.
They broke his jaws, everything. And so he goes to all of these things.
And that's right, P. Harris. Jerry Nadler said they don't exist. So.
Oh, if this is LA, let's see here. I hope they hook every one of these guys up tonight. Charge them with federal crimes.
Well, the fact that you see them loitering around here, tells you that they've got other things on the agenda tonight.
Yeah.
Or
I agree.
She's tough. She's tough. She's attempting to intimidate the journalist. I got to tell you, I wish I had enough free time in my life that I could just go to these things and, not have to work or take care of things.
Where are we at, right? No, thanks. No, thanks. Yes, please. This was earlier. So this is a tactical team moving on specific targets. They're in there taking care of business. Oh.
Ooh.
Wait,
that's feel that in the morning.
That's worth a replay. Hang on. Man, that's LIPD earlier. He gets lit up with a non-lethal right. Watch this guy.
And then
pepper balls. And then he whacks him with the PR-24.
Yeah, the shoulder, over the shoulder blow.
Yeah. Call mom.
Yeah.
Look at this. Yeah, peaceful protest. Okay. We know what that's about, so we'll just reserve that. Look at this guy driving through the middle of people already
Ooh.
in Chicago. Wow. Did you guys see that one the other night with the van? The
No.
silver
Yes,
van?
I did see that.
Holy cow.
I saw that live, and I thought for sure he was going to
That's what they look like.
take someone out. Yeah.
Put some ice on it.
Yeah. What's the line? That's going to leave a mark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have your mommy kiss it.
Get home, mommy, make me a pizza pocket.
Anti-Trump, anti-ICE protesters are chanting from Palestine to Mexico. The border wall must go.
Okay, clearly these people didn't study geography in school. Yeah.
Well, just take a look at him, John.
Yeah, I mean, I went to a Catholic school, and man, if I couldn't list all the countries in South America, I'd get my knuckles rapped.
Oh, look at this.
Fur missile.
Oh, good boy.
Now where's this?
It looks like it's Europe.
It does.
I think it's Ireland.
Land shark.
Man, wait a minute. That one, just as he's trained, right on the sleeve. Right.
Oh, yeah.
Ah,
That's somewhere. That's not in the U.S. for sure.
no, that's Europe. Yeah. Oh man, this is Chicago here. Now deploying bomb squad to downtown after anti-ICE entered the sewer system and planted suspicious items. That's what you were talking about, John? Wow. Wow.
And if it turns out that they have a reasonable suspicion that, those devices are real, they're going to have to move that crowd.
Yeah. They're going to have to shut down that whole area.
Yeah.
Well, look at these heroes.
Vandalizing trucks, huh? Well, it looks pretty peaceful.
Wow. What's happened to people? This is that kid.
Mm-hmm.
This is the van. Oh, this was from yesterday. So, but it's running 2 hours ago. So maybe it was Channel 4. Yeah, wrap around with a. Was that the kid that got arrested on the freeway, you think? Smacking the
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
skateboard. Remember him? So we're back in LA, downtown. Yeah, they got the Telemundo truck too. Wow. So the sun's going down. It's starting to get interesting. Helicopters moving and following them. That's channel 18. This is channel 4. That's Chicago still. This is channel 7. See if they're saying anything. No, they're just following them. Yeah, they're not detaining you. They're hooking you up.
Everywhere and has caused significant damages to businesses and a number of properties. So my message to you is, if you do not live or work in downtown LA, avoid the area. Law enforcement will arrest individuals who break the curfew, and you will be prosecuted. Hundreds of officers from police and sheriff departments from across the region and state are working alongside LAPD through a unified command structure. The curfew will be in place tonight from 8 p.m. until 6 a.m. I want to thank the governor for his partnership and especially thank our state and local leaders and deputies, officers and deputies who are working tirelessly. So curfew guidance, again, it will begin at 8 p.m. tonight and go until 6 a.m. tomorrow. I will.
So that was the order.
That was the mayor.
That was the mayor.
Well, it's nice she could be here. That's an interesting question. Can they pepper spray from a large group from a helicopter? No. You can't get a helicopter. I mean, it's a great idea, but police helicopters have to remain, I think, at a minimum 1,000 feet, unless they're exigent circumstances. But pepper spray gets on the air. Well, to give you an example, if I pepper spray somebody, there's a good chance I'm going to get some of the pepper spray too. And so you couldn't deploy it from a helicopter because it would spread out over a huge area.
Oh, shoot. What happened? Channel 7 happened. That's what happened. There it is. Let me bring it back. Oh, they shifted. That's why.
Oh, okay.
Looks like they're headed towards the bridge again. That's where they caused all the mayhem the other day. I don't think they're going to let them be on that bridge for very long. See, they're already lining up right there. If they want to be peaceful.
Is that the bridge over the 110?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, watching that the other night was unbelievable. As they were throwing the cinder blocks down on the CHP vehicles and trying to hit the few officers that dared venture out from under the bridge. That's deadly force area when you're hurling that type of a device at a police officer. Justifiable deadly force.
Yeah, big chunks of concrete and stone. Oh, look, they're going to carpool to the jail. How ecologically sound.
Here's that crowd from earlier that they had moving. There's no audio feed from the helicopter, but they seem a little scattered, but they're organized. I mean, they're just going in circles, like you said earlier, Bob. Thank you, everybody, for being here this evening. We're so grateful that you're with us. I got two of the best people around. And if you're just joining us, turn some lights on here. It's starting to sun go down. LAPD's floating overhead right there.
And going past the federal building again.
Yep. I'd
Maybe
like to
it's
see the helicopter drop down and just dust them.
Yeah, with the rotor wash.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, they've made a complete loop and they're back. You know, they're back. Wouldn't watch a riot.
Is that going in the other direction?
Thank you.
They're doing like the wave at a stadium, and now they've got a counter wave going.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, what's that all about? Obviously, they didn't get the memo of what happened earlier.
Yeah, I agree. Curfew time will be interesting for sure.
Well, they're stopping.
I don't see any of the guard. Do you guys?
No, I'm seeing nothing but police. But they could have them like inside the building.
Mm-hmm.
Which they did the last time.
Yeah.
That's not a good thing when they stop.
Well, there's still plenty of light left in LA, so this is going to be a while before it really gets going.
Here we go. We got another movement. They're funneling them.
I don't understand the
hour,
traffic. Yeah, the cars.
They're about a half hour. What they say the curfew was at 8.
It's going to be 8 o'clock. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, they're
so
a
they're
half
half
hour.
hour away. It looks to me like they're getting ready to shut downtown down.
Downtown. Oh,
Either of you ever go to the old pantry downtown at the old restaurant at 9th and Fig?
yeah.
Yes.
It just closed down just
Are you
a few months
serious?
ago after, I don't know, 100 years or maybe
They
even
were open
more.
forever. I got taken there
They
by
were.
some LAPD detectives.
Yeah. Great place. You go in, and if there's no one in line when you get there, you eat for free, or at least that's the way it used to be. and all of the waiters wear white shirts and bow ties, and quite the iconic downtown LA restaurant. It's a lot of fun to go there. Al Sherwood and I went there several times when we were both San Marino cops. We would go there after getting off graveyard shift, and we'd drive downtown and hit that place.
Well, it's a
Nice.
shame it's gone. I also heard that in Vista, they're going to shut the Pepper Tree down. If you remember that place, the ice cream
Absolutely.
place, they're going to tear it down and build apartments. There were occasions working detectives in the summer when you would get something, you'd go over to Vista to do a follow-up and then stop and get yourself a milkshake.
Look at
But
they're
gone.
moving again. They're headed back towards the Chippies along the freeway. And the Chippies are waiting.
Yes, they are.
Check this guy out. Yeah. Well, oops.
Oh, they tagged him.
Thank you. Have a good day. It's a pleasure serving you.
I remember going downtown when I was a detective a couple of different times, but one time in particular, we were just on the outskirts of Skid Row, and it was Ray Trujillo and I, and we were going in for, I don't know, something, some business close by, and we were worried that some of the street urchins would either steal or break into our car. So there were a couple of people hanging out on the sidewalk, camping on the sidewalk. So I gave one of them $5 and said, there's another one of these. Now, this is back in the 80s now. So there's another one of these when we come back within the half hour if our car's untouched. Sure enough, we came back. Nobody messed with the car. And the guy got $10.
Awesome.
That's a shame you have to do that as a cop, but it worked. So would have been a pain in the you-know-what to come out and have our windows smashed. So it was money well spent.
There's the federal building. Look at them all.
Yeah. Now they're getting a little closer. They're no longer just in the street.
No longer spread out.
Yeah.
The closer they get to each other, the greater the likelihood that somebody's going to say, hey, watch me.
That's a good question. Do we know where the Marines, if they've been deployed or anything about them? Anyone
I don't
know?
think they've been deployed.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Had you right on target, Lord of the Flies.
Here's a little better shot. Oh, they're laying on the federal steps, and
Well, they're tired. They've been on their feet all day.
Or they're utilizing their depends.
oh wow, look at this crowd.
Yeah.
Keith, I think you're not the Marines. Trust me, they'll follow. They'll follow. if it's the mission.
I suspect probably he may have not so much experience with Marines.
Yeah, probably. The fact that they're at the federal building, here they are now. Here comes the National Guard.
Yep.
They're going to relieve the cops.
Okay, well, I stand by my prediction. They're going to try and suck the National Guard into a confrontation, a physical confrontation.
And they think that the American people, the majority of the public is going to go, oh, that was crazy. But I think they're underestimating the American public. I made a comment last night that, there are 360 million Americans approximately in this country, and only 150 million voted. That's still 210 million that are just sitting back going, why is this happening? And I gave the analogy of, when Yamamoto asked the emperor in 1941, and the emperor asked him, he said, or Yamamoto told him when the emperor asked him, do you think we should land in the United States? And Yamamoto, remember, the famous concept was no. And the emperor said, why? He said, because they had the Second Amendment. Every house, every door, every neighborhood, we would be fighting them one on one.
He said, you will find a rifle behind every blade of grass.
Right. Right. Exactly. I was in, Karen and I, when we were living in Charleston during the riots, the BLM riots and all that stuff. There's a neighborhood, there are a couple of neighborhoods that are attached to the Navy base there. And they all pulled their lawn chairs out on their driveways and sat there with their weapons when BLM was threatening in Charleston to go into the neighborhoods, because they tore up downtown Charleston on King Street. Long story short, that never happened. I don't know who this guy is. Trying to make a name for himself. Everybody's moving towards downtown.
Okay. I see several of the guardsmen and cops, I think it's Federal Protection Service, like poised. I almost wonder if they're waiting for him to say magic words that will fulfill the legal requirement for incite to riot, and then grab him.
Yeah, exactly, Kay. The forces are ready. Marines are a different breed. Yeah, give them a bullhorn. That's fun. Is that your guy or mine?
Who's that?
Let me see if I can find a feed. Oh, they're all praying. Oh,
Okay.
good. And hopefully they'll get that over with, and then
Hopefully they'll take the teachings to heart.
yeah.
When you stop to look at it, that's not a huge crowd right there.
No, that's
I mean,
true.
it's probably maybe about 400 people, maybe.
Yeah.
Which makes me wonder if they're intended to be a diversion.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't miss California.
There you go. I think the feed is getting overwhelmed. All right. The guy that was out in front of the place had to go get fuel in front of the federal building. Well, they have 17 minutes.
Yeah, so they'll give probably 30 minutes of announcements
Come
at 8 o'clock, and then we'll see what happens.
Yeah, so get your popcorn out, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I'm going to have to call it an evening. I have a golden retriever who is looking at me saying, "Dad, I need to go outside."
Okay, bud.
It's
And if,
been a fascinating night. Thank you for having me on, Chris.
of
Bob?
course, John. Beach blanket bedlam. Where can they find it, John?
Amazon. I think you've got a link there on your website.
Yes, sir.
It's a glimpse back at some of the stories you may have heard tonight, and what police work was like over 40 years ago in what was one of California's most violent cities. So I hope you all, everybody has a good evening that's watching. Thank you for some really great comments. Chris, you take care. Bob, you also.
Good seeing
Thanks,
you,
John.
John.
See each
Yeah.
other soon.
Great. Thanks, John.
Boy.
Aloha. It's you and me, buddy.
I'll hang in here for a little while longer, Chris.
Okay.
We'll see what happens at curfew time, and
Yeah, I'm curious myself. Let me see if I can get the news feed going.
if it's a typical curfew scenario, I believe they'll give 15 to 20 or 15 to 30 minutes worth of warnings and announcements about the curfew. And then my guess is they'll start coming through and clearing the streets, and then the stragglers, the ones that refuse, will be arrested. I hope that's the case.
Yeah, it's if guys and gals, if you're just joining us, we got just under 1,000 people here right now. And I think you're all here because you've heard about the curfew as well. 700 and something people right now. So we're grateful that you're here. If you haven't subscribed, please hit that subscribe button. But this group of people that you're watching here has been basically circling the federal building and around the block for about almost 2.5, 3 hours. So LA are Cal. So we're getting the helicopter feed now from the news. CHP cleared a whole bunch of folks off of the freeway, made a bunch of arrests. LAPD reported 200 plus arrests, and they've given a curfew. The mayor has declared a state of emergency and a curfew at 8 o'clock. And my dear friend Bob Gilliam is here with me. We were colleagues back in the day. He was also a police chief. He worked in a variety of other positions throughout law enforcement. And it's always a privilege to have him, not only to call him as a friend, but to have him here with us tonight. He brings a whole new insight and dynamic. So we're grateful that each of you are here. And if you haven't hit that thumbs up, would you please do that for us? That helps the algorithm.
Chris, I'm still amazed that they've left that bridge open.
I am too.
Given what happened the other night, that really surprises me. So I'm if I go black on here, Chris, it's because there's some strong storms in the area here and some lightning and thunder, so it could impact my service.
Not a problem, brother. Oh yeah, they're moving.
That's CHP.
Maybe they're going to take the bridge.
Yeah, I sure hope so. Pardon me. It's that's really a vulnerable location with cars still traveling on the freeway.
Well, so far everything's been pretty copacetic. Nobody's, blown a gasket. There were a couple of folks that didn't want to leave, but they were handled quickly and professionally. We've seen a couple of bus loads come in, but to your point, the fact that they're on that freeway bridge, that's pretty nerve-wracking when the agitators, if they start to show up.
Yeah. Well, that was a pretty hairy sight on Saturday watching.
Mindy, we will keep him in our prayers as well. Thank you, Doris. You're so kind. That's the trigger. That's all the cops need when that stuff starts to happen and everybody. It's over.
So, what do you think the intent is here? The cops, Chris, they've formed their skirmish line right at the entrance to the bridge on one side. Now, you think they're going to try and push them across the bridge? I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what they're.
Well, I'm wondering if
Trying
they're
to
trying, if they push them back right to the fence line, and then they come in from the other side, and they corner them, like they did at the building this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Same maneuver. Because see the arrest teams,
Yeah,
they're standing by.
yeah, right up in the upper right corner there of the picture, and then
And the left. See the
Yeah.
squads to the left?
Yeah,
Well, there's 4 squads. 1, 2, 3, 4. The
So
2
that's a
in the
whole-
middle haven't organized.
yeah, that's a whole platoon. I'll be right back.
Yep. We're trying to figure that out too, Shane. See, now they got the leader dude and they're telling him, hey, everybody back. Everybody back. See, they're not letting them go. They're pushing them back to the fence line. This is exactly what they did at the federal building. They're going to get them between that fence. And then I think they'll pull up behind them at the other end of the bridge. See them moving them, Bob? They're moving them.
Yeah.
Man, look at all the airships up there. 1, 2, 3, 4 that we're watching from. The one we're watching from.
I'm not a pilot, but I've been told that that's some pretty dangerous flying at times around LA with all the helicopter traffic.
So this guy here in the black truck.
Well, I think that's law enforcement, or no?
Yeah. So I wonder if they're going to test him.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're moving. I don't really see any resistance.
No. Let's see what else is going on.
So we have 5 minutes till the curfew takes effect.
Okay. Chicago looks pretty peaceful. As does New York. Oh, wow. I wonder if this feed was from earlier. I thought it was live.
It seems like it should be darker there.
Yeah, let's see if let me find it said live feed channel 7. Let me find that. Sorry about that. Man, here I am.
Housed person who finds yourself downtown, you're exempt. If you are
Okay, so the live
you are also exempt, and the news media, credentialed news media people.
channel 7 in LA, the live feed is showing a map on the right side.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now. Right now.
There was COVID. There was curfew during
Stand by.
unrest in the city of Los Angeles. We will see how long this one lasts. It's a unique situation because the demonstration are dependent on the ice raids, which could continue for a period that we have not yet heard defined.
And interesting information from Mayor Karen Bass.
All right, this should be a live feed.
Talked about the National Guardsmen who are in town protecting.
Well, it said it was a live, it says it's a live feed, but it's also advertising Governor Newsom's live news conference at 6:30, so it can't be live.
Leave it to the media to deceive you.
Yeah, I'm afraid that could be happening.
So this looks live here. They're feeding off ABC 7. I'm trying to find that feed. This is definitely live. Or maybe it's not. Hang on. Now I just went to their website. Everybody can witness this. I'm going to their website, and they're saying this is a live feed.
Well, maybe it is. Maybe they just had the wrong Chiron up there. I don't know.
California evacuation issue there. We have our mind and eyes on those as well. We do thank you for joining us here for Eyewitness News at 6. A lot going on. We will continue our live coverage. That's coming up on the 7 streaming channel. It is set to begin in somewhere around 45 seconds from now or so.
Okay.
A little bit later. You can watch it live on our website, on your phone, on your connected TV, anywhere you stream ABC 7 Los Angeles. Here on TV, we're going to turn things over to David Muir in just a couple of moments for World News Tonight. In the meantime,
They're getting stuff out of these cars.
Keeping an eye on all the new developments, all the activity. We will bring
They're going to those cars.
stream and
Yeah.
on television as well.
So I don't believe. Well, I question whether that's a live feed or not.
You know, you just they don't put, let me see if I can grab something else.
Those people are moving in a hurry.
I don't know if this is LA or Chicago. That's LA.
Yeah. That's
For sure.
LAP. Yeah.
Look at this one. They're moving.
They don't look anxious or look like they're have a mission in sight or. See, that's that's a recording there.
This is
Yeah, see the Chiron down below.
tonight at 6:30. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, you're right. Okay.
Plus, look how high the sun is.
This one's live. Right here. Hang on.
That looks more like it.
This one looks live. It says starts tonight, 8 p.m. When I type in live, and it's pretty deceiving, you know, because this one's supposed to be live at the federal one. And here's a closer look on the ground.
California law enforcement leaders commandeered 2,000 of our state's National Guard members to deploy on our streets illegally and for no reason. This brazen abuse of power by a sitting president inflamed a combustible situation, putting our people, our officers, and even our National Guard at risk. That's when the downward spiral began. He doubled down on his dangerous National Guard deployment by fanning the flames even harder. And the president, he did it on purpose. As the news spread throughout LA, anxiety for family and friends ramped up. Protests started again. Their bravery. But we do not want our streets militarized by
You and I both
armed forces, not in LA.
have watched the state of California just
anywhere. We're seeing
one of the most beautiful states in the country.
Unmarked cars in school parking lots, kids afraid of attending their own graduation. Trump is pulling a military dragnet all across Los Angeles, well beyond his.
I'm going to have to listen to all of his comments later.
Yeah, me too. I want to watch the real heroes.
Exactly.
Oh, here we go. We got the horses.
That's probably in preparation for a sweep.
That's a lot of popo.
Yeah, it is.
You're welcome, Classy. I know, right?
My sentiments exactly.
This is good training for the equestrian unit.
Yeah, it is.
Texas lady, shout out to the proud, brave horses. Absolutely. Here they go. If you've ever been bumped by a very large horse, man, there's a lot going on. We got this movement here. We got this one here. The same shot, different view, but look at the angle to the left. We got these guys. I love these horses though. Man.
Yeah, they can do good work.
Did you guys have those back in the day? And one of the other agencies you may have worked at?
And yeah, in Denver and in Jackson Hole.
Wow.
We didn't do a lot of police work on them in Jackson. But we did do some. Great tool though.
Look at all the graffiti.
You know, LA is hosting, is it the World Cup Soccer? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's World Cup Soccer event next year. And then, of course, the Olympics in a few years.
Scares the horses.
Somebody in the comments said that it might be heating up in Chicago.
You know, I just dropped that live feed to try to find these others. I'll have to go take a look at it. Stand by. I mean, now the curfew's on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're saying they're marching in Denver as well.
Unreal. Wow. Look at this presence. Chippy did come up and take the bridge.
Yep, they sure did.
They're going to push them all right into the horses. Are going to push them right into the awaiting arms of LAPD. They're going to corral them. No pun intended. And people go to jail. Yeah, Karen's asking. Karen says hi, Bob.
Hi,
Yeah,
Karen.
There's no sound. He says hi.
What sound?
I can't put any sound on. Let me see.
People want to hear it.
News conference happened. LA Mayor Karen Bass declaring a local emergency with that curfew for tonight. And reminder to anybody who's watching from other parts of the country, who is watching from other parts of the world, other cities, if you do know LA or you don't know LA, it's a pretty small area that they have this curfew. Everybody else can go about their business. If you're in Santa Monica, you're in Whittier, you're in Anaheim, you're in Burbank, Newport, you're living your life necessarily. This right here, it borders this downtown pocket of the 5 freeway, the 110, the 10, or the 110 and 5 merge.
That's
So
what
it
you were
is
saying,
just
Bobby.
a pocket of downtown LA in which they're saying, not tonight, people.
And really, when you think about it, what areas were affected by the protest is even much smaller than that. It's much smaller than when we see the map of the curfew zone, which extends all the way north past Chinatown. We didn't really see very much in the way of Chinatown. The closest we came was that reckless driver that drove. That guy got out of there as well. So you see the borders, you see how it's all bordered by freeways, and that was on purpose. The mayor said that's the way Los Angeles sees the areas around Southern California, bordered by freeways. And so, you know, the 110 slot between the 101.
This looks like New York.
Is that Marine? That's National Guard? Wait. Oh shit.
Yep, that's New York.
Yo, he shot that shit. What did he shoot? Why did you shoot that shit, bro? Nah. Yo, get his. That's it. No, that's. No, get out of the way! Get out of the way! Watch it! No! Move! Move! Move!
Hard to real. Oh, okay. So they deployed some tear gas.
Watch it back! Watch it back! They're trying to chase somebody right now. I think they tripped. Back up, back up.
Oh,
I'm not pressed. I'm
No.
hey, watch it. I'm pressed. Watch it. Watch it.
well, they wanted that guy.
Yeah, they did. You know, the cops aren't masked up either.
No, they're not.
Because they're arresting somebody now.
Just always remember, folks,
No, this is like,
see the Palestinian flag in the background. New York City is a huge terrorist target. And we don't know who this individual is. However, yesterday there was a fatwa that was put out against jihadi rising up against Americans.
All right, so they dispersed. You saw smoke in the middle of the
During
street
the
here.
riots.
Now, law enforcement here. Oh shit! Hold on.
I mean, because that was a direct tap right there. They came in, wanted that guy, and now they're leaving.
That's smoke. Oh shit! That's right. That's right. I don't give a fuck. I ain't involved.
They're close. They got another one.
Move. He's correct. We are. So some people that are oppressed. Please, just don't get confused. Yeah, I have a right to document. I'm not blocking anybody from doing anything.
Police work is sure different there in New York City, isn't it, Chris?
Yeah.
What's the reason? What's happening over here?
Those tactical guys came in, made their tap, took him out, and they're gone.
What are you doing? What the heck? What is going on? What the fuck? Wait, hold on. Wait, what did he? Wait a minute, but he. I'm oppressed. I have a right to document.
I'm the press. I don't have documents.
Wait.
Goodbye.
No, wait, he. No, but. I don't know.
Guys, they're looking for somebody
I'm going to mind my
specifically.
business and stay as president. I truly don't know what he did. He was. I'm a little confused. He was with the guy that's press. He was on the sidewalk. He didn't. I don't know. I'm confused.
What would your mother say? What would your grandmother say? Oh my God, bitch said,
He can sue? Yeah. I mean, he can sue, but I don't know. I'm going to mind my business. I just want to keep covering this and stay neutral. I'm just going to shut my mouth.
NYPD, suck my dick. NYPD, suck my dick.
I'm sure Daddy's proud of her.
Unbelievable, right? Check this out. Back in LA. We'll listen to New York in the background. Home fries here is not the sharpest tool in the shed.
Yeah.
Not tonight.
Well, Chris, I think I'm going to call it.
Okay, Bob. Thank you so much for coming on, brother.
Yeah, I appreciate the invite. It was interesting and also a little fun. So,
All right, man. I'll catch you on the next one.
okay, sounds good. Good
Bob
night,
Dylan,
everyone.
thank you, guys. Aloha, buddy.
Aloha.
This guy up here on the car. Look at the guy in the middle of the view section. It's another view.
The green light. Sir. Yep.
Something's they're gonna start hooking people. They're not gonna let last night repeat. Can you hear it? Yeah.
مولعين نار. انزل تحت يلا. خليني اشوف صوت.
Really? Didn't hear about that. Welcome and welcome. Oh, I can hear me guys too right. Because you're the best. Question about that. You know, I thought about the area a little bit more, but stand over it, and it's a crime. How do you want to?
ماشي. يلا يلا.
FaceTime. Always good.
انا على عندي عدالهم بالضبط.
Oh, no, no.
يلا.
In the middle of the, he hasn't been.
لا بس عجبني. لا لا بس فوق بس وين نروح؟
So the weapons with green are non-lethal weapons. They're either bean bags, they're what they call 40, shoot a foam ball with a rubber projectile. Those are and also they have football guns there. They fire from the field. That's desperate. Really non-lethal. If you were saying this horse is nice down there. Hello. You hear me now? Maybe on the feed. Right. How about now? Can you hear me now? Hello. How about now? Thank you. Sorry about that. To answer the question about the green weapons, those are non-lethal. And they can either shoot 40 caliber projectiles, which are big, huge foam balls, rubber bullets as well, bean bags. Then, of course, you have the pepper guns. Rubber ice. Yeah, they're going to be. They're going to start hooking people up.
يلا.
Go across the street, go across there. Just here.
But can you make it seem like it's all
Yeah, dude. Yes.
See what they're going to do.
These cars are real friendly.
Is that better on my sound? I just checked the volume. I mean, why are they doing this? What's the value of doing this? This is not going to help the cause.
I love you guys. Y'all are my main news source. Thank you so much. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you for being here.
I saw that. Oh, my boss got arrested in the Panamanian Revolution.
He has a really great story why he's here.
Yeah. No, you're good.
Embarrassing.
How
embarrassing.
Oh no. Thank you guys.
Friends from Germany and Egypt are like, are you okay? Are you safe? So sad. How are you feeling?
They're going to be affected.
Like they're hooking up people here.
Happening, right? These folks are getting on the freeways or creating that damage. More
There's a
problems
bus.
can occur. People getting run over or get struck. That's what we're trying to limit. So yes, it's you're trying to balance between providing that safety and also not affecting the community overall in such a stringent way.
Not sure if you're seeing our live pictures here on Fox 11. So, picture with the white bus. That is that bus that they will transport people who've been arrested or detained.
There goes the bus.
That might be like
in a rather safe manner.
Yep, we are watching.
Here they go. They're making a
Royal
move.
LAPD officers move into space there, and we also saw the mounted units making a move there as well. You know, it's been a tough time. Let's just say that also for local law enforcement. How many of us know somebody who has dedicated themselves?
Here come LAPD across the street.
Bro, hell no!
Come the horses. Great question, Brian. Thank you for being here tonight. Sure appreciate you. This guy's going domino, so I'm out of here. Now, hopefully, they go down towards the Diamond District and secure that. They didn't secure that last night. And those businesses got just destroyed, looted, destroyed. Oh, yeah, they're out there. There's one right there to the very far left in this shot right here. That lady right there. Far left. So this squad's going to be moving. And look at the press.
Chief Jim McDonald had said that there are a lot of videos out there and that they had made arrests, over 100 today alone, and he said more are coming. So
They're hooking and
a
booking.
lot of people documenting themselves, doing whatever they're doing. And but I think as people are watching this, they're thinking, but are you arresting the rioters? Are you arresting the people who did the damage? Are you arresting the people who did the spray painting at this hour?
Yeah, there was an older, like middle-aged man or older that just seemed like
Sometimes it's like
happy to be there. It
whack-a-mole.
doesn't look like he was going to go loot, you know, the Apple store. I mean, I can't say that 100%, but yeah, there's a whole mix of people in this group of people that have decided to hang around.
Right, but just to answer that, A lot of times you might not see on video, but if the officers, let's say if there are undercover other officers that observed him doing something or her doing something prior, we didn't see on what you're seeing on your telecast right now, they can advise the officers that's the person we're looking for. 3-4 minutes ago, he did this, this, and this. So a lot of times you'll see detention being made, but not necessarily you didn't see the action that was precluding it.
Yeah, indeed. Deacon
Malconian,
thank you for your perspective.
You're lighting up firecrackers again at the
your
cops.
great insight on what's
That
going
is
on.
not a good idea.
Of course, we're not down there and we're just watching from Skyfox. So again, at this point, we're going to take a break and come back with LA Live News tonight at 9 o'clock. Stay with us.
LA's home for LAFC is Fox 11 Plus ACOP.
They got the school bus ready. This looks pretty calm, actually, don't you guys think? It's amazing when you put the resources into it, how you can resolve it. I don't think the politicians wanted it resolved as quickly as they could have. I mean, look at this. It looks like it's just absolutely slowing down.
They said 197 by
Slowing down. That's always a good thing, right, guys?
By sunup, how many people end up being?
All right, well, I'm going to, because it is slowing down, I'm sure later on at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, they'll be attacking. But look at all those people up against the wall. That's what happens. You start putting people in jail. That information starts circulating on social media. Hey, they're not playing now. And they started this afternoon at about 3:30, arresting people, including all the people that went out onto the freeway. They boxed them in and hooked everyone up. Everybody went to jail. No deposit, no return.
There hasn't been
and now that they're in, it's up to the courts.
That isn't to say that it's been
hopefully they'll hold them.
There tonight, but it was just 2 nights ago that
Who
I was on
knows?
the desk and it was nonstop.
But
Protesters getting.
looks like tonight's under control. Anyway, from my vantage point. So I'm going to ship off to Hawaii. And I want each and every one of you to know how much Karen and I sincerely appreciate you and how fun it was to have John and Bob with us tonight. And thank you if you've been here with me the last 5 hours. It's been fun for sure. We had a lot of great stories, a lot of great laughs. So anyway, I'm ready to go to Hawaii, and I will see you in a few, okay? Aloha, everybody. Have a good one.
Hard working every day, I'm stressed out 24/7, babe. No timeouts, wish we could face in Hawaii. With you, Hawaii. With you, Hawaii. With you, Hawaii. I need a summer breeze, some fresh air to put my mind at ease. No cares. You wanna come with me? Me and you go to our favorite tree. Are you ready now? We jump on a plane now. We're taking away. Yeah, we're taking away. Don't hesitate now. We're taking away. Yeah, we're taking away. We'll never come down. We're going away. Yeah, we're going away. You and me. Feeling the sun on my face in a way.